Wow. Good evening. Welcome to Truth Tuesday, everybody. I'm David Sponheim for America's Third Party. We are now going to experience the next best thing to the truth. Your perception. What you believe is the truth. That's something that a lot of you are wrestling with right now. It can be very sobering to think that the government's lying to you, that you've been kind of fed a line during your life that somehow you get an equal opportunity. It wouldn't matter what color you were or are. Shouldn't matter whether you're rich or poor, and that's just not true. My perception is that we are totally living in a caste society where if you're not rich, you're nothing. If you're not the 1%, you're nothing in the eyes of our leaders because they behave that way. They don't give you anything. Not one person has gotten a penny since Barack Obama has become president, unless, of course, you collected unemployment for 99 weeks. In that case, you received $45,000. But everyone else has been wondering, how are we ever going to stimulate this economy when the average person can't seem to get any money to start up with? And you're watching me on a 72-inch TV. Wow, that's amazing. Congratulations. Now, Trump is having a problem wrestling his way out of these comments about the judge who he claimed was using his Mexican status to decide and be unfair toward him in the case of Trump University, which the prosecutor has said is an outright case of fraud. And somehow Trump should be happy that the trial will come November 8th as opposed to earlier, just to avoid the terrible tragedy of him actually being exposed as a fraudulent person, if indeed he was engaged in fraud. So it's really interesting to see how he's constantly blaming the other guy, passing the buck. And isn't that true with a lot of presidents like Obama? He never takes any responsibility for anything he does. Well, you got that right now to look at with Trump. Whenever somebody calls him on something like the situation with the Veterans Fund that he went ahead and solicited while campaigning, which is definitely illegal. The Veterans Fund, the media said, where is it going? And he finally revealed it was $5.6 million and he was doling it out. But then he turned on the media as if the media was the bad guy. They were being unfair. This guy never takes responsibility. He didn't talk about where he was going to give that money to or that he violated the law when he raised a charity in his name while campaigning simultaneously. So he's got a lack of consciousness. Isn't that the same thing with Barack Obama? We've got a guy with no sense of purpose or decency. They're in it for the money. And that's my perception too. I believe that most politicians right now in America are in it for the money. No, my hair isn't funny. Thank you. It's just a hair. Beautiful hair. So if you want to change the dimension of our political structure with your vote, you've got to write somebody's name in. And I recommend you write my name in. Because, frankly, there's no other way to change the system. Right now, all the elitists think that you're pigeonholed into categories of Republican versus Democrat. So you basically have been pegged by the elitists. Your only chance of having your vote count is really to write my name in or somebody else's name, just to get it counted. And whoever gets 25,000 votes or more in any state will get counted, whereas your vote may be digitally lost in the Diebold voting system when you pick Hillary or Donald. And now that Hillary's announced that somehow she is the reigning nominee for the Democratic Party, it's become clear that she, in fact, knew this information ahead of time. That they were working on this plan way ahead of time. Weeks in advance, the AP released that Hillary was going to clinch the nomination. They'd already had it in the bag. That's very suspicious. So her power as a political whale is becoming more and more obvious. And the fact that she hasn't even asked any questions about Benghazi by the FBI and the missing emails is really, really seriously messed up. Thank you. I do like myself. And you should like yourself too. Well, hello. And Shella Della? What does that mean? My name is spelled Sponheim. S as in Sam, P as in Peter, O-N, H-E-I-M as in Mary. Something smells really good. I don't know what it is. It smells like a steak burning or something, or cooking. Well, you better get used to it. This is what I'll be wearing when I'm president. I like white suits. Ever since John Lennon had this beautiful white suit, I've always, this is kind of a beige suit. Kind of goes with my new novel I'm writing, 50 Shades of Beige. It's about people that don't do anything and never have any excitement in their life. No, I'm not. You look like a Baptist just saying, well, whatever. Just because I'm not a pervert like your previous presidents doesn't mean I should sit around and tell people that, I never had sex with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. I mean, I don't need to say that because I'm not that way. Oh, you put the big picture of our big screen? Potato Girl, just thank you. You just showed the picture off your big screen. This is on her 4K TV. Is that a 4K TV? That's pretty funny. Good evening, Teep Toes. And stop picking on our supporters, or you won't be here very long. We'll actually begin to remove you from the show, Ann. And you know how that goes. You keep coming back as new names, and we go back and forth. I don't move like I'm gay. And to prove it, I'm not going to actually get up and dance right now. You know, Richard Simmons was taken to a hospital because he was incoherent. Apparently, he was suffering from dehydration, turns out. So he's back doing his Pilates up there in his home in Beverly Hills. I know, you've been banned a lot, but you could always be banned again, Ann. Well, you don't like the dancing. I'm doing everything I can to get noticed. And I'm really a litmus test to show you how absolutely powerless the American people are. Yeah, you really don't have any power to even do anything. I'm an example of that. I'm powerless like you are, a powerless person in America. We can sit here and talk about the truth about how we're powerless. Would you like to do that? That'd be fun. Well, I don't know. Hopefully Richard Simmons is back in his house, and his handlers and his housekeeper and friend are taking good care of him. Just please stop with the ridiculous, or I will end guest chat. Thank you. Time is running out, guys. Yeah. Something smells really good, though, on the stove. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe somebody's cooking oh, I know. They're cooking a burger next door or something. Now, this is interesting. This is concurrent with the Iranian agreement. Washington Free Beacon says that Iran denies entry to U.S. congressmen seeking to inspect the nuke sites. And this is completely legit. This is the agreement Barack Obama put his signature on, which he should never have done, allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons within about 100 days now. That was their solution to Iran developing nuclear weapons, is to give them an agreement saying they could have a nuclear weapon at the end of a 1-year cycle. Yeah, isn't that amazing? He put that in paper. Can you imagine a president signing that? The stupidest thing he's ever... Actually, he's done a lot of stupid things. He went ahead... The truth is, he weakened our nuclear defenses when he told the world during the Copenhagen Treaty on nuclear defense that we don't have to... We will not respond with nuclear retaliation if we're hit with a chemical or biological weapon. Hello, welcome. Viewers in Chile. Chile. I think they pronounce it Chile. Welcome, guys. Well, we kind of weakened that position there, because if somebody was to use a biological weapon on the American people and say we had a massive pandemic, and we knew for a fact it came from North Korea or something, don't you think that would be just cause to launch and just, get this thing over with? Because we're tired of them sitting there. I'm not saying North Korea, but I'm saying anyone threatening biological, chemical. We need to get rid of weapons, period. Yes, the truth is, folks, our site is being censored by Vaughn. We've got thousands of people that want to get in here. They're unable to actually get into the show because they are unable to reach past this VIP capacitor screen that comes into their show. Now, I'm not going to tell you the fix that you can do on your computer. Meow TV can tell you that. Other people can tell you that. I'm not going to tell it to you because I don't want that to violate my TOS agreement. But apparently there's some sort of a thing you can fix in your settings that will prevent that VIP thing from happening. Maybe Meow TV will be kind enough to share that. Yeah, you have to refresh, but there's another way to do it. You go into your setting. Well, I'm not going to tell you because then I don't want to run the risk of violating his TOS agreement. I can't fix the VIP thing. That's the thing. He's using it as a way to sabotage our show. Sabotage our show. Let me say that over there. Sabotage our show. Sabotage our show. Sabotage our show. Sabotage our show. Really, I did not know that we had that many viewers in Parangangaro Kuruchamakurakaro. Parangangaro Kuruchamakurakaro is a very beautiful area. I would recommend anyone traveling to that beautiful location. Parangangaro Kuruchamakurakaro is perhaps the most peaceful place in the world. I have a robotic malfunction. No, I was just trying to pronounce something in the chat room. The hair? I will fix the hair in just a few minutes. It came out of the shower and puffed out on me. I was using a volumizer. Yeah. It's good hair. It's just, it needs to be wetted down a little bit. I'll use a mousse in a few minutes. Nearly 3,000 viewers in Bulklak, Indonesia. Welcome. Oh, really? I didn't know anyone was living in Neverland. Let's talk about things that are important to you right now, okay? Because obviously many of you are sidetracked in your life. So much so that you're wondering, why are they creating spotty dog sheep using genetic modifications so that someday people can have just the right colors on their dog? I mean, how amazingly weird is that? Several thousand imagery viewers have been denied access. That's correct, 592. We have a growing show, and it's getting better. Even though my hair, in your mind, sucks, many people from around the world are going, look at his blonde hair. How does he make it look that great? Well, I was born with great hair. What can I say? Cowbell? We have a cowbell. Let's do it. Hold on. Many of you are suffering from cowbell anxiety. Okay. Okay. Say hello to my little friend. Betsy. Betsy the cow. Now, Betsy's dining on GMO wheat, and Betsy's delivering GMO milk, and Betsy's got all kinds of problems. We won't address Betsy's problems right now, but we'll let you listen to the cowbell. Betsy's not a happy milker. She's a... My grandpa used to say that whenever he saw a very big woman. It's a good milker. I thought that was so sexist. Yeah, she's a good milker. I mean, this Norwegian man talking about women's breasts as though they're cows. I mean, that was horrible. Yeah, I'm serious. You know, he came from the old country where men talked like that. My eyebrows are not needed to be painted. I have nice eyebrows. They just happen to match my hair. And my hair matches my head, and my head matches my mind. I have a large head. I have a large mind. So I think we're having a good day today. This is a Tuesday that, you know, feels like very upbeat. Everyone's very positive. We're having a subduction zone drill involving 20,000 people on the West Coast here. It hasn't affected me, but if the zone I'm in, it starts subducting, I'll be the first to tell you. No, I'm not an albino Negro. Many people have accused me of looking and acting like Barack Obama. Well, let's be clear. If I was the Caucasian version of Barack Obama, I would look like this. But I'm not. Some people say I'm a spitting image of a white Obama. So I actually did a blackface video a few years ago. And I don't know. Kind of didn't really look like Obama. So I don't think I do look like Obama. I'm slightly different. Let's see if I can look like him here. Let me see. Aligning my face. I know everyone finds me sexually attractive, but I don't find you sexually attractive. Just so you know. Well, let's be clear. I'll make no mistake about it. So I'm sorry, I muted myself. Washington artist sticks it to Donald Trump. Bainbridge Island. When a triumphant Donald Trump steps to the podium at the Republican National Convention in July, he might suddenly feel hundreds, perhaps thousands, of sharp stabbing pains all over his body. I know, I couldn't help but mute myself. That would be thanks to a Washington artist and the Trump voodoo dolls she can't seem to make fast enough. At first, I made a whole bunch of political figures, but Trump became the front-running doll really fast, says Sally Nodell, the voodoo artist. Each flame-haired Trump comes plastic wrapped with a special selection of colorful pins and a list of suggested voodoo spells to cast while poking the little guy full of holes. It retails for $9.95. No wonder it's selling out. How can she possibly make any money on this thing? Oh, well, look at that. That's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. But is she sitting there at the sewing machine at night? $9.85 per. There's no wig, man. This is my real hair. I think it's kind of cool. It's puffy. Welcome. I'll deal with the hair later. Right now I'm trying to deal with you. Well, let's be clear. Even you can't stand your blather. Good point. I had a cameo appearance of me making a face. And I think it was I was imitating a typical Democrat. Or shall I say Democrat. A person who doesn't question Obama or Hillary or anything. The kind of voter that we are worried about that could very well turn our country into the New World Order. So I was dumbfounded by the Democrats. It's smexy. David on yeah, I mean, you might as well make fun of yourself. Donald Trump can't do that. Donald Trump has never made a self-deprecating statement in his life, which is very interesting, coming from a guy who doesn't even crack jokes. And how can you possibly go through life not joking about things? Trump is basically a person who's borrowing 10 of my ideas and has no new ideas of his own, except, of course, IDing Muslims and creating a wall. Mine is a fence. I came up with that 8 years earlier. I've had surgery, yes. Once in my life. A long, long time ago. A long, long time ago. I remember when I had some surgery. Yeah, I had a little problem when I was younger. I took care of it. It wasn't anything like well, I don't want to get into the specifics, but I knew that I wouldn't have a good life if I came out looking like this. Let me show you. There's a time in a person's life when they realize, well, something's got to be done here. So I changed my whole face. I gave up my career and acquired a new look. And I said, I want to look as much like Billy Idol as I possibly can. Is it possible? And they did the best they could. Dancing with myself. All right. So we're going to talk about here in the news that makes sense. Here's an interesting little factoid. Came in yesterday. Pineapple, it seems, is a good cough suppressant. This is coming from Natural News. Pineapple juice is 500% more effective than standard cough syrup. News you can use, right? This is what we try to do in our show. Now, I'm in no way giving you medical advice. Natural News is giving you some holistic tips on how to save yourself from a cough. My nose is not perfect. There's a couple flaws in my nose. I'm not like Michael Jackson. I'm not going to have facial reconstructive surgery, though, to do it. Can you imagine having facial reconstructive surgery to find if you have a minor, teeny flaw in your nose? Yeah, this part of my nose is a little bit more sharp than this. This is more rounded here. Well, this brings me to a very interesting topic. something I like to talk about. Let's get it over with real quick. This whole BS about Abbottabad. Well, recently, Edward Snowden said, and one of the many things he says, is that Osama bin Laden didn't really die in Abbottabad. In fact, he's not dead at all. Edward Snowden has announced that Osama bin Laden is living in the Bahamas. Isn't that interesting? Now, this guy allegedly died. I announced the day it happened that it was fake, that it's not even the real Osama bin Laden. Alex Jones started his show the same way I did, and instantly got hundreds of thousands of hits, and I got none, even though I was getting 20,000 hits the week before. Yeah. I don't have a wig. I'm going to work on the hair in a little bit. I'm going to put a little mousse in it. You guys can see the difference. You'll love it when I get done with it. This way you get to see the hair redesigned in the show. Well, let's check out the nose here. The nose knows. And if you look at their noses, I would agree with Edward Snowden on this one. See, Edward Snowden is I was getting 20,000 hits a week before they put a hit counter lock on me on YouTube. Yeah, I have what is called a hidden strike against me. I can't even get them to even reveal it, that they've struck my account. But let me show you the outline of bin Laden's nose, and this is the true tell sign of whether these people are the same people or not. Now, I'll do my nose too while I'm at it. This is the quickest way to determine the difference between faces that are real and faces that are not. Let's start with me taking a picture of myself. Smile. You're on candid camera. Well, I'm going to get to that in a second. Hang on. Okay. Okay, taking a look at the whiteboard above us. Let's take let's take a look at my nose. Here's my nose. Here is the real Osama bin Laden's nose. And this is the fake Osama bin Laden's nose. Okay, now you're going to look at the line designations here. Now you can see when I draw a line right there that, well, hang on. I'm not smiling at you for no reason. It's not like I really want to smile here. Okay, I'm drawing a line over the exact outline of the nose. Okay? And this is the real Osama bin Laden's nose. Okay, and here's my nose. Now, I am actually a closer match to Osama bin Laden than Osama bin Laden's impersonator is to Osama bin Laden. So my nose, as you can see, is a closer resemblance. His has a wider base to it, the staff of the nose. Whereas the real Osama bin Laden has a dip in the nose. See that? So you have been lied to. So Edward Snowden basically revealed the truth about the lie. Okay? I love the idea of being a forensic investigator. I've even tried going back to college and studying criminology. Yeah. And you can't write it off as a nose job. We never got a picture. This is the truth. We never got a picture of Osama bin Laden's dead body. So in this particular case, I think Edward Snowden's telling the truth. But that's what Edward Snowden's for. He's designed to tell certain true statements mixed with lies. So he's a very powerful disinformation artist that the government is allowed to live in Moscow, free of anybody bothering him. And I don't color my eyebrows. I don't have to wear makeup. My eyebrows are the same color as my hair. No. Thanks, Jimmy. I don't believe everything Snowden says, no. That's the point. I'm trying to explain to you, Snowden, Edward Snowden, isn't a dissident who decided to leave the country and split. That's just a cover story. Edward Snowden is a disinformation expert who is used by our government to spread truth mixed with lies. The most recent thing Edward Snowden said was chemtrails. He said that chemtrails do exist and the government's using them to solve global warming, which is absurd. Everyone knows that these chemicals that they're spraying in the air actually are causing global warming. So they're using a guy who reveals the truth to somebody who really knows that Osama bin Laden really didn't die, and then mixing it with disinformation, claiming that chemtrails are some benign thing that will never hurt anybody and is just simply designed to help with global warming. They're just keeping the earth from getting too cold or warm or whatever. So basically we're being led a lot of garbage from this disinformation artist, when we can look at videos that are really, really revealing and find out the chemicals really are being sprayed in the sky on a rapid basis across the globe. And it's not something we can deny anymore. A lot of you have finally come to the conclusion it's not a contrail. I originally thought it was a contrail back in the 80s, honestly. But these things really are happening, and they are happening aggressively. This is a time-lapse photography of chemtrails as they stretch across the sky. And every day I look outside my window and I see chemtrails in my area, almost every day. Well, you wouldn't get a chance to meet me because a guy like you won't even get near me. And if you did, bad things are going to happen to you, man. Sorry. I don't need colored my eyebrows. I've got deep set eyes. Obama admits the government monitors your browsing history. The comments start at 155. Wow. No, these are real people, and these are real jets, and they really are.
Suggestion, which is, why don't we treat this like every other thing that we use?
Okay, here's Obama speaking out. Obama to gun owners, I'm not looking to disarm you. Okay, now they're trying to rewrite his gun control because they realize it landed flat. Hillary wants to get rid of all guns, though. We know that.
And it continued to take questions from the audience. Gun shop owner Doug.
Every other thing that we use. I just came from a meeting today in the Situation Room in which I've got people who we know have been on ISIL websites, living here in the United States, U.S. citizens. And we're allowed to put them on the no-fly list when it comes to airlines. But because of the National Rifle Association, I cannot prohibit those people from buying a gun. This is somebody who is...
I don't need to hear this babbling idiot talk about anything, really. He's just completely irrelevant now.
It's not due to the National Rifle Association. It's actually due to our Second Amendment.
Yeah, our right to bear arms. You know, if the Democrats want to reverse the Second Amendment, they better come up with a new amendment. And that's going to take 3/4 just to get it on a ballot and 3/4 to ratify it. Of our nation, 3/4 of the states have to get it on, 3/4 to ratify. All right, so Sarah's here. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
What were you making in the kitchen? It smelled so good.
Oh, it was just those rolls, but then it was on that.
Oh, it was burning.
Yeah.
Oh, burning rolls in the toaster.
Well,
I was
but
wondering.
the rolls weren't burning. It was your sister had made fish sticks on this aluminum that I was using today.
Oh, okay.
And so the aluminum started to burn.
Now, her hair is gorgeous. I've got a serious hair problem. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right.
Everybody's complaining.
Federal Appeals Court rules stingray surveillance does not require a warrant. Interesting. Let me check that out. Okay, sounds good. I think Dave's hair is fine. That. Okay. You want America to take away all the gun? No. You might live in a different country where that's okay. But here in America, we are very independent, and we believe that we can, where we can take care of ourselves as long as we have guns, I guess. David doesn't have a wig. Welcome back, Earth Sky. Wait, that link doesn't work. Is there something about Just Cube? Because I only got Just. Because it doesn't seem to actually link. He doesn't.
Okay, so it was kind of just burning as the tinfoil was?
Yeah, or the whatever the oil from yesterday was burning.
Okay. Is this better? Is my hair better, guys? Thank you. No, I don't wear a
The
wig.
content's not available. Whatever you linked me doesn't work. Nope.
Thank you.
250, I'm exactly where I want to be.
No, it's the
Aren't
same
you?
hair. I add a little mousse to my hair. It's real hair. I have.
Always
yes.
8x4.
Always, yeah. I've always used protection. I've never had any kind of a sexually transmitted disease because I've always used protection. There are cases, though, truly, 300 people in the U.S. claim that they've gotten AIDS or HIV infected, having never had sex or used protected sex. So there are excuses that maybe their toilet activity might, I don't know. We change the subject. Thanks. So the truth that we're going to talk about tonight, about how we're being lied to and then told the truth and then lied to again by Edward Snowden, who, by the way, lives in absolute comfort in Moscow and makes open public meetings with people all the time. So he's not even
No, I can't do it.
he's not even concerned about getting killed. Edward Snowden knows he's protected. All right, it's time to go ahead and do some things. I'll be back. Sarah's going to spend some
Okay.
time with you. Well, the part that was a lie was that they really aren't spraying chemtrails in order to protect you from global warming. It creates global warming. And the truth is that we really didn't kill Osama bin Laden, because I showed you the nose and the differences, which are dramatic, between the real picture of Osama bin Laden and the fake one. So we did establish some connected ideas tonight, logically, and you're beginning to understand how the government can push disinformation on you. So they can kind of lead you on thinking, well, that's got to be true. Well, maybe that's not true. Well, that's true, and that's not true. Okay. You can turn guest chat off as a form of punishment, too. Feel free.
Okay.
Anyone who misbehaves.
Awesome recipe for potatoes. Good Parmesan potato stacks recipe. That does look good. Oh, I don't want a mustache on David. No. No thanks. It doesn't look good. I feel great. How do you feel? All right. No thanks. Not that either. 824. For now. Alright, I don't know about that whole personnel. Can you just send that to me through Facebook, maybe? Are you friends with me on Facebook? Facebook.com/thirdparty. Well, hello! And Shula Dula Dula. Shula Dula. I don't know how to say that. We are in a non-stuttering zone, or trying to be. Thank you. I don't know. I used to use Facebook quite a bit, and I've moved away from it. Well, I sometimes am not around it 100% of the time. Now, It's easy when you love someone. Yeah, David does have really good ideas, exactly. Anonymous sounds. Oh, you want him to put a mustache? I don't know. MIT's coursework, auditing. Sarah, what class am I working on? OpenCourseWare. I will be working on, I should say. I haven't started completely yet, other than like one lesson from each. Actually, I watched like 4 lessons. I watched 4 lessons of calculus derivatives, and then I watched like one for introductory programming with Python, and that was good. Well, 623, I have said many different things to David, and ultimately it's his decision of how he spends his time, which is perfectly good. Yeah, they're fun. Calculus derivatives are pretty fun. I'm working on the Python. I still have to use Python 2.6 or something like that. No, 824, I'm not a psychiatrist. Are you a psychiatrist? Yeah, well, thanks, 623. Enjoy the show. That's it. Okay. Yeah, I really think it's people can spend their time as they want to spend their time. Working on the Python code for something, yes, it's a Python programming language, so it's code for computer coding. I'm going to try to maybe at least understand it. Trying to understand programming. Oh, I'm sure you would, 824, being a psychiatrist and all. I don't like, I'm not a big facial hair person. I mean, my dad has a full beard, but that's about it. So, yeah. High game. Check out Learn Python the hard way. I probably am doing that. Well, I think it's not about having a minimum wage. I think it's about having a living wage, and a living wage is not necessarily about increasing the wage, but lowering the cost of living. Maybe we should look at how high the rent is. Too damn high. Have you heard of that party? The rent is really high for a lot of people, many places. Well, every time you volunteer your services, then your minimum wage is a negative number, because it's how much you would have been receiving if you were working somewhere, minus all of that. So I think it's a good idea to volunteer your time and do things that you like to do. Volunteering your time. Obviously, I'm volunteering my time right now. So is that a negative number? Maybe so. Hello, Explorist, and all the explorers out there, and all the people that aren't exploring but are bringing goods and services to our country, and also hauling goods and services around our country. I want to say hi to all the cargo vessels. Thank you for doing all your site. Learn Python the Hard Way is a free website, but you can buy videos too. Learn Python the Hard Way. That's so funny. You live in a 250 square foot suite and you pay $7.25 a month. Thanks. You feel like for poor and uneducated or unskilled workers, $15 an hour is fair, but it's two different perspectives. You have the workers, and then of course you have the people who are trying to who are paying the workers, and how much they need to make in order to pay that $15 an hour. Welcome back, Earth Sky. somebody's paying $2,500 by extorting his parents by saying he will come out at Thanksgiving. He's extorting his parents for $2,500. What? Oh, yeah, something makes me think you're not really a psychiatrist. Yeah, so I have heard that a lot, 329. Different areas are too much money for people. Um, no, I don't think we should turn anyone into Soylent Green. I think, I do think that um I think people should live the life they want. Ha ha ha, 824. Oh, hello, Maersk. Hello. So you guys are still in the Pacific um on your way to Long Beach, right? Oh, now you already went to Long Beach. I knew you guys were coming into Long Beach sometime in June, but I wasn't quite sure of the dates. It's kind of May has gone into June and now it's June. So you guys are heading up to Oakland. Okay. Don't get into any trouble in Oakland. Stay on the ship in Oakland. That's my advice to you. Is if you have to go off the boat in Oakland, okay, but I really don't recommend it. If you do have to go off the boat in Oakland, what I would do is get off the boat and drive immediately out of Oakland to all the way to the Silicon Valley and actually, yeah, stay in the port in the Oakland complex. If you did, I will say this, I really like Silicon Valley. I love the Computer History Museum. I could work at the Computer History Museum. Like, look at all these old computers. I could be a docent at the Computer History Museum. That would be so fun. But other than that, yeah, I'm glad you guys stay in the port. I don't want anything to happen to you guys. Yeah, Silicon Valley is pretty amazing. So where are you guys heading after you go to Oakland? Where do you go? You go all the way up the coast? Oh yeah, well, well, my dad said he had to go to Oakland to pick somebody up from an airport down there, and okay, oh that sounds good. My dad said he had to, yes, that's very good. Um, so anyway, he got a hotel in Oakland, and he didn't realize how crazy it was, and then he went to Denny's because my dad loves Denny's. And he's like, and they had armed security guards in Denny's. And then when my dad walks in, he's like, where are you parked? I'll keep an eye on your car for you. Kind of crazy. So, yeah, I won't go there. Then David said he was flying down to see me when I lived in California. And this was, of course, over a decade ago. And it was like something about somebody got on the airplane because they had a layover in Oakland. They got on the airplane. He's like horrible smells for the rest of the flight to LA. Craziness. Yes, exactly. Do you think if they increase the minimum wage in Oakland, it'll improve? That would be interesting. What? Don't chop off your plums. 1972. Wait until they drop from the tree and then you can eat your plums. Hey, Carl Ray, that doesn't. Yeah, that's not the real Carl Ray. So, since that's not the real Carl Ray, I'm going to purge your message. Okay, you can stay in as long as you don't post any links. Explorers traveled as a passenger on your former ship, and you and he kept in touch, and then he told you all about David and the party. Awesome. Very good. I'm not going to marry you. Sorry. I don't marry anyone. Yeah, I'm glad that they're out at sea and bringing goods and services to our country. So, one thing I watched videos and talked to a marine biologist today, actually uh, about changing over. I watched one video about changing over from sporks. You know, they use sporks a lot at schools to using silverware and how that will help the planet. It's pretty cool. Yes, I have 258, but I'm not going to share them with you. I know I do look pretty summery. I look like a sailor. David is a real candidate. Yes, he is. He'll be in shortly. Don't worry. I know you all love him, but he'll be here shortly. Keep watching. Yes. Yes, exactly. Reusable silverware does help the ocean a lot from a litter perspective. Have you guys seen a lot of the Pacific Gyre and all that? The Pacific Garbage Island is now threatening Hawaii? Wow. Oh man, I think you probably might need medical help if that's what you did, 1972. Um, well, I really hope that Oakland does better, but I would like to see more a thriving population down there. Maybe they are better from over a decade ago. Oh, thank you. No, I'm not a lesbian. Wow, that's really big. 558. Yeah, Oakland has a huge seaport and they're very important to bring goods and services to the rest of the country. Okay. That's pretty funny, New York PD. Only on weekends? What does that mean? Like, you dress up, you are a woman normally? I don't even know what that means. It's hard to read that. Really? I didn't realize that. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I thought you were a guy, but that's probably not very good of me to think you to assume you're a guy. Well, yes. So 558, I want you to hit Twitter and I'll tell everyone that Sarah said not to go to Oakland. Push it. And then they'll all say, "Oakland is awesome." All those people that don't like me will give me heat for saying that. You're not going to go on Twitter? Say that? Are you living in Oakland 558? Are you a resident of Oakland? Well, I'm a girl and I use Twitter, so no problem. I don't mind it. I actually like Twitter. Uh, okay. Wow. Oh, so you're just name calling? All right. Moving on. All right. So I do think that our oceans, it's pretty amazing and that we should try to prevent allowing all this plastic to go out there. Hey, did you guys hear about um the 6-pack rings? They are that are made out of fish food. I thought that is the coolest thing ever to make something that's strong. It's like what I should look that up. It's a material that's durable enough to hold together six packs, but it's also fish food. Yeah, because it's made for fishermen, so they can take their things on their boat, and then they can just throw that in the ocean, and it actually is edible for the fish. It's out of Florida. Let me see if I can look it up. It's a company out of Florida. I totally want to invest in them and bring them up here to Seattle. I think I might contact them this summer or something. Let's see. Let's see if this comes up. I'm not sure. Oh, yes, The Verge. It's by a beer company. That's pretty funny, 824. It's a saltwater brewery. They're called Florida's Saltwater Brewery is the name of the company. And so the rings are a combination of wheat and barley left over from the brewing process. The brewery hopes a biodegradable and fully digestible package will help stop marine life and birds from choking on plastic. As Discoverer magazine points out, Saltwater partnered with the ad agency We Believers to create and promote the packaging. It's just one small brewery in Florida, but it hopes to use the edible rings on all the cans it produces, which is 400,000 cans a month. And, well, I would say, Meow, is that you could use them not just on cans of beer, but you could use them on cans of soda pop or things like that. That's what I would say. Which is pretty cool. Most six-pack rings are currently made from photodegradable plastic, where when they say photodegradable plastic, that means that the plastic breaks down when exposed to sunlight, but that plastic never truly fully breaks down. It just breaks into little tiny pieces, and the little tiny pieces from photodegradable plastic, there's actually little baby fish that are attracted to eating that more than they're attracted to eating the plankton that they're supposed to be eating. So anyway, I definitely, this is like one thing I would totally be into, even though I don't drink beer and I don't drink soda pop either, but I think that's a pretty cool invention. Yeah, plastic can last at least 100 years to degrade. I speak like a Valley girl because I grew up in Southern California a little bit. So, like, gag me with a spoon. But no. No, I don't want to be gagged, thank you. Yes, it is basically that. I mean, they could do even better and make them out of seaweed. You're right, 824. That would be very cool. But right now, they're made out of wheat and barley, which is not bad. I have drank Arizona iced tea, but I haven't, and I've not done that in probably 2 years or something. Well, 398, you should think David Sponheim. He's truly the best for the USA. He's running under America's third party. All right. Fish don't traditionally eat barley, but it's a step in the right direction. At least it's biodegradable. But the thing is, it should also be able to be broken down, because like they make these compostable, these things that they claim are compostable plastic, but the compostable plastic doesn't truly break down in, like, you can't put it in your compost system. It won't break down. It'll still be, because it's durable, because it's so durable, it prevents it from breaking down. No, I don't drink vodka or any kind of alcoholic beverage. Okay. What, Steve-O? Oh, you're getting the plug-in issue? Huh.
What, the plug-in issue for the show?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, a lot of people are very frustrated. You know, countless hundreds of people are trying to get in right now, if not thousands, and VIP status, capacity servers keeps popping up.
At least Explorers was in here, and the Maersk Algol was in here.
Who was?
The cargo vessel.
Oh, yeah, love it. Thank you, guys. I don't have a wig, guys. This is my real hair. Yeah. No, the Trump is actually a guy who's got connections with the mob. That should disturb you. He's already bankrupted 4 corporations, which is very, very irresponsible. Really, it disturbs me that this person who borrowed most of the money in his life pretends like he's rich. I mean, that's very disturbing to see that. Plus, he's greedy and he's proud of it. Really kind of scary to think that somebody like that wants to become president. The last thing this country needs is a greedy president. We've got one right now. Obama and Michelle, or Michael, whatever you want to call him, he is very greedy. Absolutely. Oh, I disagree, Master Meatball. Yeah, let's bring up the mob connections to Donald Trump, shall we? I take criticism all the time. What disturbs me is the fact that you have to come in and constantly violate my rule of stop denigrating our show. Please. Link library's back up over at Delicious, thankfully. We've got over 3,000 links, everybody, all connected to great info. If you ever want to go link traveling on the internet, this is one of the best sites going. Battle of the Hair. I'm going to go ahead and give a link to all of you to the Trump site we put on our website, America's Third Party. I added it as a blog note last week because it's just great. You know, I think what I will do is I'll give you the Trump link. That's even better because it's up and running now.
Oh, good.
Yeah. 1 through 33. I've got 33 links over there, and more to come. Reasons not to vote for Trump, or to dump Trump. Check it out. 30 plus reasons. Wow, it's even more. And you can go ahead and copy that all over the internet, you know. What were we talking about tonight?
Oh, I was talking about this Florida Seawater Brewery with plastic rings.
Oh yeah, these things do biodegrade and they're edible. Is that true?
Well, they're made out of a combination of wheat and barley, which is left over from the brewing process. And these are biodegradable, fully digestible packaging. And they're hoping it will help stop marine life and birds from choking on plastic.
Yeah, I hope so too.
And they have 400,000 cans a year that they produce, so they're going to use it for those. But
okay,
but
good.
I want to contact them and see if we can get this going up here in Seattle.
Yeah, it'd be great. Are we bottling a lot of bottled? I know plastic bottles. There's a number of people that buy plastic bottles in Seattle, and the bottles themselves, you know, are recycled, but the plastic rings are not.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is, what would be really cool, even if you say, I just had a really great idea too.
What is it? Or you want to talk to me later about it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
I do.
We've been giving away so many ideas that Trump listens in on the shows.
I know, but these are even cool ideas.
Thanks
Just
for
to help
coming
the
in.
planet.
Yeah, well, we want to share ideas that help the planet, that's for sure. But having them stolen by one man profiting from it personally is really disturbing. Our 1,000-mile fence idea came out in 2008, and this guy came out with his 1,000-mile wall idea like it was a brand new idea. It's kind of funny. You know, it doesn't surprise me that Nancy Pelosi endorses Hillary. When I prosecute Barack Obama, I will be prosecuting Nancy Pelosi and Harry Reid for not properly vetting Barack Obama's birth certificate. Unlike Donald Trump, I will prosecute Obama, and it's the only way we're going to retract certain bad legislation that Obama has signed into law, like NDAA, National Defense Authorization Act. Oh yeah, Sarah looks great, thank you. Yeah, as well as the Obamacare, Affordable Health Care Act, we could actually put that back in Congress's hands and force them to ratify it again. And with a Congress made up mostly of Republicans, it's unlikely that they're going to be able to ratify it. You guys need no GMO food. You want to get that out of your diet. So if you're going to start looking for something at the market, I would search for non-GMO corn chips as opposed to regular old corn chips. The reason is there's a product in there that has been exposed. It's called epicite. And it's a dangerous chemical or it's actually a genetic structure of the corn itself. But it was so clearly described by one woman that I'm going to replay the video for you so you can listen to it.
Many. In 2001, a small California biotech company called Epicite patented a product, patented a gene, which causes both men and women who eat it, in the form of any product, to produce antibodies to sperm. If the men eat the epicite gene, they produce antibodies to their own sperm, rendering them irreversibly sterile. If women eat the epicite gene, when they have intercourse, their bodies produce antibodies to the sperm that has been deposited, and they become infertile through the destruction of the sperm. Now, DuPont and Monsanto formed a joint venture, purchased the epicite firm, and, quote, commercialized the epicite gene. Do you want to know if the food that you're eating contains the epicite gene? Sure you do. How about the food that your children are eating, or your grandchildren? Sure you do. But the FDA, the Fraud and Death Administration, has made sure that under current laws, it is illegal for you to have that information.
The truth, when you finally chase it down, it's almost far worse than your wildest imagination. Yeah, it's kind of sad, isn't it, that they've done this. Look what they've done to our food chain. They've made it sterilizing. That's sterilizing. Yes. So you're wondering why you don't want to have kids. Well, not only have you been brainwashed to think they're too expensive, like I was, you also don't really relish the idea of having an autistic child or an ADHD child. So you're probably a little suspicious of the statistic that said truly that by 2020, 50% of our kids will have ADHD or autism. Well, I was very affected when I heard in my 20s that a child raised in America will cost on average $300,000. And that was back in the 1980s they came up with that stat. Now, if you're from another country and you want your kids to live off free health care and free education and rice and beans, you could probably raise your child for $12.99 over the course of their lifetime. But if you're an American citizen, you're going to face $300,000 costs. So, they don't want us to have children. And they've even got a very strong campaign through Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030, the new one, to push for depopulation. In fact, most of you, if asked, is the world too populated, you'd probably respond, oh yes, it's too populated. I covered all the distance of the planet, especially the area that's got land on it, where people live. And I averaged that number out and factored in how many people were on the face of the earth right now, 7.5 billion people. And it turns out there's 15 acres per person around the world. So the idea of depopulation is completely absurd. We don't need to depopulate. We got plenty of room. So somebody asked me why I didn't acquire a lot of money in my life. Well, I'm completely not materialistic. I'm without any desire for money. I'm rather a human anomaly in that respect, because most of you really are struggling for money, and you know how important money is. But since I don't need kids, and since I'm able to live on rice and beans myself, much like anyone coming over the border, I can pretty much survive on very little. So I don't have that sense of materialism that you guys are attached to. And oftentimes materialism is tied to consumerism. I completely understand what the word completely means. I don't need a new wig because I don't have a wig. Yeah, the fact is I have all my hair, and we talk about this every night, and it's kind of disturbing because, you know, you look at my hair, it's like, why is my hair the topic of discussion every single night? I don't get that. No, I don't eat bacon cheeseburgers unless I'm forced to with a coupon. We got a 2-for-1 bacon cheeseburger at Jack in the Box, and man, that was the best burger I think I've had in a long time. But normally I don't eat bacon cheeseburgers. Boogers. The earth can sustain 25 billion for 200 years. Thank you, Farba. The voice of reason comes into the show. Thank you. You have come from great many far places to come here to join us. Let me show you this statistic, everybody. The truth about healthcare. The truth about how we're getting screwed. You could go to Thailand and get a major operation for $2,000 that you would pay $20,000 or more in the U.S. Well, here, this is the pill that cures hepatitis C. A 12-week regime of Sovaldi is necessary to cure the disease. This is what happens when Big Pharma has bought all your politicians. The cost of that pill is $4 in India. In America, it's $1,000 per pill. I'm not involved with any secret societies. I've never joined, and I never will join any secret societies like the Freemasons. Well, Texas can support whatever. I mean, if you want to support a fascist and get behind him, you'll find out what a fascist will do to our country. I would never get behind a fascist like Donald Trump or a Marxist like Hillary Clinton. Our country is so far gone, if you look at both sides, 75% of our country doesn't trust either Donald or Hillary. And these are recent stats, folks. Kentucky supports me. We may even win Kentucky. Thank you. So I would rather get pharmaceuticals under control, so we have a plan to actually get generic medicine created in America. I know the government right now doesn't do anything like that, but there are generic medicine companies that are making some pretty good money right now that we could partner up with very easily. And with our broad distribution process, we could have mobile medical units at every VA. We could offer generic medicine solutions everywhere in the country. We could produce blood pressure medication. We could produce life-saving medicine that would actually give the government a return on investment. Even this pill that saves people from Hep C. We could take the money that we give the big pharma industry, half of that could go to creating our own generic medicine. And that's what's really necessary. We need to do what is necessary. And cutting the cost of healthcare and pharmaceuticals is definitely necessary in order to save this country a lot of money. You see, we got presidents that have never even earned money. We've got candidates that never even knew what earning money was because it was handed to them by their dad. Or worse yet, given to them for speaking engagements which mean nothing. Corporations are buying into Hillary because they know how much people are disliking Donald. And the ones that like Donald are usually racist, xenophobic, white supremacists who don't realize Donald's an AIPAC joiner, a Zionist. They can't understand the simple fact that when Donald met Henry Kissinger, he became the problem. He's another establishment character who's sucking off of the corporate teat like Hillary is. So we've left with two parties. And that's not getting anything done in our country. The budget isn't getting cut. There is, you see, they always say Trump for president when I'm really giving them the 1-2. Our budget isn't going to get any cut. Trump wouldn't understand how to cut a budget. He never cut a budget on a corporation in his life. He just went bankrupt. He screwed people out of their funds, all their investments. Think of all the people he burned in those 4 corporate bankruptcies. And you want him to run our country? When I am the master of solvency, I can turn this country around and get it to be in the black as opposed to in the red. And I think the best thing you need right now is a person who's got an astute mind and can see the big picture and to get into the nitty-gritty. As president, I will open up the Exchange Stabilization Fund, the very heart of the Treasury, and I will analyze it for corruption, misuse. I will target all the bad money that's gone to the CIA, and we will reveal the underbelly of this horrible budget. Tomorrow we're going to talk about the budget in specific, because we are addressing key areas of waste: systemic waste, corporate waste, crony waste, recurring programs that they keep asking for more money because they like money, just like Trump. And that's why our country's screwed, because people like Trump have borrowed too much money and become fat cats on the back of the American taxpayer and on the equity this country stands for. So why wouldn't we produce a little generic medicine? Why wouldn't we come up with a way for the government to make a little bit of money back? But these venture capitalists, they don't want that. They want you to pay $160 for 30 meds to last you the month so your grandpa who can't afford it dies of a heart attack. Well, let's be clear. Obama hasn't solved health care, and neither will some mindless $800 billion plan that Donald Trump is concocting out of his whatever orifice. We're bleeding from our entire tax dollars for financing an incredibly overburdened healthcare system that is now populated with illegal aliens that sit there and go, oh, I could become a nurse and become rich and make the American dream come true. So the people that are in there working hard are the ones that are illegal aliens or green card holders. They're becoming nurses, making $35 an hour. It's disgusting. And they don't even do their job. It's like bumping from one to the other. None of them want to, write a chart. Some of them can't even speak English. So the quality of our healthcare is declining because the ones that are making the money shouldn't be making the money, and they're making too much money. Let the government make a profit, yeah. So I support the American people being representative of the government. When we make money back, your tax dollars will be credited. When our government makes money on generic medicine, not only are you saving money on medicine if you can't afford regular premium medicine, top name brand medicine, you're still getting good medicine. You're getting health care. And the government's making money. And we're not taking away from the profits of the private healthcare system. We're not socialists here. This is just a chance for the government to make a little bit of money back. So what I will do is tell the NIH, National Institute of Health, that we will not fund all of the medicine and scientific research on medicine, which is amounting to nothing. Amounting to people being hooked on big pharma. Synergistic effects where they can't even get it up. They have to have Viagra because their lithium and their antipsychotic drugs are kicking in and forcing them to have penile erectile dysfunction, or whatever it's called. I've never had it, so I wouldn't know what it's called. But the whole idea of taking Viagra on top of all, the American man has become eviscerated, emasculated. He's become, well, impotent. Not important, impotent. David is still as a board, stiff, really, am I? I didn't say anything with a mouthful of marbles. Everything I said was very, very clear. Everything I said I understand, too. What is it about you that you don't get what I'm talking about? When the NIH gives out money to healthcare or to big pharma like Baxter Labs or Bayer or whatever, GlaxoSmithKline, so that they can make a drug called Cialis, so that maybe you could keep your erection for a couple hours. Our U.S. tax dollars are spending 45% of that money. We need to divert a portion of that so that we can create our own medicine and solve problems where the big pharma agencies don't make all the money. This makes our country run efficiently. I mean, what about that do you not understand? I didn't trip on my tongue. I'll repeat that over and over again. If you'd like, I'll go back to the recorded broadcast and play it over and over again. I didn't trip on anything. You're just unaware how I'm able to assemble all of these words so rapidly. It's quite mystifying to you how I'm able to pull this off. Little do you know, I'm completely powered with tremendous amount of thought processes. And each one is delivering instantaneous information in a nanosecond. So we want to kind of get back to the earth. I came up with the biodome concept, in which every home that we build will have a little garden in the back. When we build Homestead Renewal Plan homes, we'll put a little biodome in the back. It's only $100. You'll be able to grow anything during the year.
Welcome to the Biodome Project, a life-casting experiment in design, innovation, and environmental renewable solutions.
So you can imagine growing your own little vegetables in your biodome outside of your house. Wouldn't that be fun? Hey, I'll go back to the video in a few minutes and, well, it should be creepy. It's going to be your last chance to eat. Do you really think that the government has food for you sitting around so you don't have snack bars when they run out of food? You really think that they're going to be handing you snack bars? Well, I'd like to. If I were president, I would actually drop snack bars on your head. As long as it didn't hurt you, of course. Let me share with you my concept of airdropping food in troubled areas. Like a bridge over troubled waters. Yeah, it's kind of like if you're in the middle of, say, Superdome, it's Katrina. You're wondering where the food is, and George W. is driving over, flying in a plane, taking a cameo shot of himself, going, "Good job, Brownie," and you're sleeping in your own urine and defecant, and your children are being raped in the bathroom. Yeah, that's exactly what could happen in a disaster, like the ones that happened during Katrina. So I came up with this great concept of airdropping food over large areas, food and water, electrolytes. Yeah, but the government doesn't have this plan. Our nation doesn't have a plan. FEMA doesn't have a plan like this. I have eyebrows, but they are the same color as my hair, so it doesn't stand out really. And I'm not going to go paint them. I'm not some freakazoid who paints hair or whatever, puts dye on my hair. No, it's not really fear-mongering. It's called truth-telling, and tonight's Truth Tuesday. Get with the program. Yeah, there are people with big eyebrows on the show, but why are you guys so eyebrow fixated? Is it kind of weird that you yourself have become so fixated on eyebrows because all you do is think about one person's eyebrows you're fantasizing about all the time? I swear this dude loves the sound of his own voice. No, I don't purge dissenting comments. I welcome your hatred. Bring it. Just don't criticize me or any of our supporters here. But criticize the ideas. Oh, yeah. I don't have a unibrow. I don't need eyebrows that are thick. I'm a Nordic person. Have you seen Scandinavian people with big bushy eyebrows? I haven't. I have Norwegian backgrounds. My family came originally from Norway on my father's side in the 1860s. You can criticize an idea. I didn't, purge anything for criticizing an idea as long as it's not about me. Medical Journal openly admits 50% of people on antidepressants don't even have depression. See, talk about big pharma screwing up people left and right, and God knows what's going to happen to your kids when they give them candy made out of amphetamines. Well, why don't you criticize IKEA instead of IDEA? Yeah. Just write them a letter or something if you weren't happy with their product. Medical Journal openly admits 50% of all people on antidepressants don't even have depression. I can remember a long time ago people did natural home remedies for depression, like got up out of their bed and did something. You know, vacuum the house or something. Do something. Don't just sit there and wallow in your own pity. No, you're claiming I'm jealous of Donald. That's a purgeable offense. I'm not. How to fix creepy skin. Well, that's some pretty creepy leg skin there. So these people have been prescribed drugs for off-label uses not approved by drug regulatory agencies. These uses have never been proven safe or effective. It's an interesting phenomenon, according to author Jenna Wong. Well, that's nice, Jenna. Thank you for sharing. Natural News. Thanks for that link. There you go. I don't intimidate anybody. In fact, I'm trying not to intimidate you, but if you want me to intimidate you, I will. Go ahead and make my day. Yeah. Okay, so back to what really matters. Food and water. How would you like to be, say, 5 years from now, in the middle of the California desert called San Francisco, and there's no water, and everyone's starving because the transportations are running dry because of the great oil spike of Donald Trump, because he pissed off the Saudi Arabian Muslims. And then you're 5 years from now and you don't have any food because they can't distribute it to San Francisco, so you're running out of food. Living in a lovely home worth over $1.5 million in 2016, but now worth next to nothing. And probably the entire block will be bought up by the Rothschilds because they artificially engineered a drought in California. Go ahead and make my bed and lie in it. I'm not intimidated by anybody, and I don't want to intimidate you. I'm a pretty nice guy. I'm not going to hurt anybody. But the blimp plane could do this. You're right. Good idea, Explorist. Well, let's drop food like clam chowder or something on San Francisco, you know? Wouldn't it be great to do that? Little packets, plastic packets, or... I would never bow down to scumbags from Saudi Arabia, but I've never met a scumbag from Saudi Arabia. What we're dealing with is your price of gas right now. And if you want to make sure that your price of gas remains at 2 or thereabouts, and in our case, $2.75 here in the high-priced commie state of Washington, but across the country, you're still around $2 a gallon. That's pretty impressive. Consider $5 or $6 a gallon if Trump were to win. Or worse, if Hillary were to win, and because she's a woman, as a woman president, she will not get along with the Emirates and will lose 18% of our fuel supply. Why do you think the price of fuel is so low? Because Saudi Arabia and OPEC have essentially been our supporter, our ally, in keeping your gas cheap. I don't trip over my tongue at all. No. I have not heard one single auditory error tonight. Everything I've said is absolutely pitch perfect, with utter exactitude and precision. The words I say are more like miracles rolling off of the Eiffel Tower, with perfect precision impact. Thank you, Explorers. Somebody's just picking on me tonight. Saudi has been our ally for a long time, you brain-dead Trump supporter. Some of you Trump-tards have no idea what you're saying when you go against Muslim people. First of all, every Muslim doesn't have a desire to destroy America. They don't. Yeah. Many people who have studied a religion wanted to pursue that religion, and they came to America because of this, you Trump-tards. This is a U.S. Constitution of the United States. It protects their freedom of speech. No slur speech, no. You're definitely off on the wrong track there, buddy. I'm going to go ahead and purge everything you say. David, you invent straw men, you copy straight up. I don't have any straw men at all, no. I don't invent anything. I'm giving you specifics. When Trump, the Muslim hater, it comes out talking about hating on a group that's pursuing freedom of religion, they're treading on my Constitution. They're treading on what this country was founded on. They are literally stepping on the very virtue that made this nation different than England. I don't garble anything, man. You're going to have to leave. Yeah, go away. Yeah, how can you recite this crap and be this misinformed? I'm not reciting anything. I'm telling you, you've been misinformed. The truth is, we don't have a food reserve. We don't have a grain reserve. FEMA doesn't have candy bars waiting to drop on your head when you completely lose all food and water on Earth, when you face a drought in California. In fact, a drought that Donald Trump doesn't even admit is happening. Well, I'm lean, man. I maintain lean structure in my body. You can't write my name on any ballot right now until the general election when you have a blank space. Obviously, you don't understand the primary doesn't have write-in candidates positions. You don't get that, do you? You never went through 4th grade civics or 7th grade social studies. Well, let's be clear. If you were to go ahead and run your mouth off about Muslims and how you hate Muslims forever and ever, and then how you hate the Mexican or you feel unfairly treated by the Mexican judge like Donald did last week, and then claims that people are misunderstanding him when he hates on Mexicans, hates on Muslims, you've got yourself one class act liar with Donald Trump. The First Amendment was predicated on freedom of speech and freedom of religion. When Donald Trump wants to take away a Muslim's right to pursue their religion, he's treading on the very thing that my family fought for 16 generations to preserve. When we arrived here on my mother's side, on the planter, which is right after the Mayflower, and built these cities of the East Coast, the colonies, the original 13 colonies of this great United States, we did not plan on having our freedom of religion taken away. And when my father's side, the Sponheim family, came over here, immigrated from Norway and prior Germany, where we had a castle in Germany, which is still standing, the last thing we wanted to do is religiously persecute somebody. Now you Trump-tards better get the hell out of my country, or at least understand that we will be tough on jihadists under my administration. I will put together special forces to disarm encampments of militarized jihadists, but I'm not going to ID Muslims in cities America. I'm not going to in any way jeopardize their freedom of speech and their freedom of religion. I want you to understand that, okay? I'm not like Trump. I don't hate on people. So the Trump-tards have basically invaded the chat room and don't know what to do with me because I'm like right in their face, hitting them on the key issues that will take down the Trump campaign. And they know that if I get 1 second of media time in the mainstream media, it's goners for Donald Trump. It's no more. He will no longer be the talk of the town. And in 4 weeks till the election, people will start saying, yeah, there's this guy named David Sponheim. Oh, how do you spell that? Oh, like Anaheim. Sponheim, like we need someone to spawn something around here, yeah. And then they'll be able to write my name in. How many people in America can't spell? I mean, probably 1% are illiterate to the point where they can't write a name. I'm not Jim Carrey. A lot of people think I'm Will Ferrell. Some people think that I was engineered in a laboratory to look like Jim Carrey and Will Ferrell. I think all of those ideas are preposterous. What we have right now is a growing number of people talking about us around the world, thanks to a show that we've been doing for 7 years, going on 8, consistently, without any failure, without any break, showing you not only the fortitude and commitment behind America's Third Party, but also our willingness to be transparent on a nightly basis with all of you and read your chat. I am the hero America needs. And I'm here for you, the American people. I want to do your bidding. I literally will poll you in our show every night at the White House, at thewhitehouse.gov. We'll have a 1-hour chat show and maybe a pre-chat show where we have people from my administration talking to you. So I won't be bothered. Maybe we'll have a 24-hour chat show where people from my administration will have daily discussions and polls so we know where the American people are going and what they want. But with a dictator mentality like Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton, with all of her dark ties to corporate money, she'll never represent the American people. She'll never understand your plight or what we need to do to fix it. I just told a bunch of Trump-tards to get out of my country because you want to take away the freedom of speech that I fought for, my family fought for. We have been trying to build this nation's strength of freedom. You Trump-tards are trying to rip it down by attacking Muslims. And there's nobody out there in the Democratic Party who will use this rhetoric strongly against Trump. But I must say, Hillary has come back with a lot of good, solid anti-bully speech, which she's doing very well. So at least she's in there swinging against this dictator mentality. But what's happening with the Republican Party is devastating. They've got a Democrat running for the Republican nomination, and they don't even know it. And he wouldn't come up with an idea like this. This isn't one of his fake ideas that he borrowed from me either. So you've got a lot more stuff to learn on our website at americasthirdparty.com that would enlighten you as to how we want to fix this country. And they're filled with good ideas, not just promises. Big difference. All right. So let's just interact with the chat then. Meryl Streep is Trump. North Korea is a nation that we don't need to invade. We don't need to send ground troops into North Korea. So as a president, I've been saying this all along, and Trump copied my North Korean position, by the way. For the past 8 years, I've been saying that we don't need to attack in a ground war with North Korea, and we should tell them that. We will never attack you by ground. That's something that he needs to know, because we've never made any overtures to this effect ever since the 50s. And when I'm doing really well, the trolls come out of the woodwork because they're getting paid by my enemies to troll us. And you're wondering why you're getting a capacity server message in the show right now, even though you're seeing us across the internet on various sites that are going through UHF channels as well. That you don't realize until you actually see it up close. You are witnessing American censorship right now in the VA network. You're seeing this network keep you from getting into the guest chat. Even though we've opened up guest chat, it's limited to about 130 people. It's pretty lame that they're doing this, but it's the tip of the iceberg. We've been kept out of the mainstream media for the past 7 years. Not only do I sound incredible, I'm resonating among the American people. And I can tell you that if I look like Max Headroom, it's because people used to call me Max Headroom before Max Headroom was produced. I'm sure that this entire personality that I have has been copied by others many times over. There's a couple of Third Rock from the Sun or from the Moon or whatever that show is about that actually looked just like me, the candidate looked just like me. And I was doing this for 7 or 8 years when they did that show. So they're actually pulling from this show and the ideas that I come up with and trying to make me the bane of their ridicule. When I'm the person who's so totally in tune with what's happening and so totally aware of the dangers of the corruption in our government right now, that these people are afraid of me. They're afraid of an honest man. There's nothing more dangerous in a corrupt society than an honest man, and I am an honest man. So we have a very interesting election in 2016. A presidential candidate who's copying 10 of my key ideas, claiming they're his own, lying through his teeth, claiming they're his. When we've got proof on video all the way back 8 years on redundant servers all around the world that my voice has been speaking about no refugees, a 1,000-mile fence along the border with Mexico, solutions like the mobile medical units, which is our idea, like the idea of safe zones, which is my idea, weapons-free safe zones. He's using those as his. Even America First is a complete and utter ripoff of our Pay Americans First program, which we came up with in 2010. It's unbelievable. And we're going to take MJS and ban you from the show, man. You're just of no value here. I read 6,000 words a minute. I can see your brain-dead comments. And I must tell you that if you think for a second that this show is going to go away because you're attacking it, you're a complete imbecile. You're actually promoting us. All you people that are running around going, I can't believe this guy, he keeps doing this show, blah, blah, blah. You're promoting me. Are you that brain dead that you run around calling me names and to other people and you're promoting me? I'm working both sides of this advertising angle. It's like guerrilla mass marketing. And it's done in order to violate the censorship that is clearly being imposed upon the American people. To go right in their face and say, no, you cannot stop the American people from speaking out. You cannot censor all the mainstream media connections like Rupert Murdoch and CBS, NBC, ABC, Fox, and all of these networks are not allowing me in. So the word on the street is there's a third-party candidate in America who is rising and getting more and more world views. And there's not a damn thing the censors, anybody in our government can do to stop it. And they don't like losing control. They don't like the idea that one American is finally breaking through after 7 years nonstop every night, reaching the American people and many, many more around the world. I said many years ago that I will be the media someday, and I meant it. You cannot suppress the voice of the American people. No, I'm not just anything. I'm the original, man. And I've been here ever since Max Headroom was even produced. People even called me Max Headroom in the 80s, man, before it was even out. All right, well, obviously you people have a pretty limited view of the world, so bringing truth to you is more like casting pearls before swine. But the truth is, you're powerless. American people have no power at all, and the elitists think that you're going to vote Democrat or Republican, so you're a brain-dead, useless eater. Our show continues despite all attacks, and there's not a thing they can do to stop us, which is amazing. We're proof that there is still the last thread of freedom left in America, even though it's on the blogosphere, and nobody else will cover the story because it's too hot. I'm not worked up, man. This is me on a regular day. You know, I've been working on a great plan for America where I can spell it out, and I give you all the details. I talk about the Homestead Renewal Plan, which we feel will actually solve America's problems with jobs and fixing up houses at the same time. Rolling Stone's redacted their story. I doubt it, seriously. They know they're going to be facing a lawsuit. It won't really matter if they redacted their story. American Solar Rooftop Revolution is all about laying the groundwork of solar panels. And we found out that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is developing a solar panel program that will actually produce these things. So, yeah. Well, thank you. Ann, you're on warning now to stop harassing DT Laura. Okay? Thank you. Or I will ban you, Ann. Or maybe somebody just made that story up. I don't know. You tell me. I don't freak out. You call this freaking out? No, this is just my normal style. You're calling this freaking out? Are you serious? Well, I feel bad for you because you haven't seen anything yet. I will not ban Ann. No, she's too important to the show. She is our token transgender here. Thanks so much, Ann, for coming into the show and sharing your transgenderism with us. Yeah, we want to at least win the LGBTQO vote. I'm not just casting on Vaughn. I'm being seen all around the world, man. Vaughn is like not even a blimp in the universe. It's like a nondescript nothing channel that we happen to be using right now as I launch the biggest political campaign in American history. I mean, who cares about the network we're on? It'll be many different networks as time goes on. We've already bumped around 3 or 4 different networks. And if you want to catch us at americasthirdparty.com, you can see us on the Battlecam network and have the Vaughn chat playing at the same time. I haven't lost anything. This show is interactive. There's no other candidate like me who's been able to communicate interactively with chat for the past 7 years. And the people that hate me really are just telling themselves, God, we got to get rid of this guy. We got to get rid of this guy. Tell him he's delusional. Tell him he'll never be president. Make sure that he doesn't believe in himself. Well, you can't touch me. You can't touch this. This is perfection. I am the best of the best. I'm the cream of the crop. I graduated number 1 in my class in high school. And I went to the top of 98 percentile in SATs. And Universities turned me down simply because I was white. So what do you do when you take a person with 185 IQ and all this potential and turn them down from advancing in America? You have a guy who will do everything he can to get noticed, to save the nation. Because if you had 185 IQ and great ideas to solve America's problems, wouldn't you run a campaign to try to fix this country? I know I would. Yeah. You like the flashing lights? It's a special effect we're using. It kind of gives it a dramatic approach. I could pretend like I'm Mr. Smith in the Matrix and say, perhaps, Mr. Anderson, you would like some more cowbell. It seems there's a glitch in the Matrix. Here's a cow we have grazing in the fields of glyphosate Roundup. Toxic, probably will get a tumor in his stomach in a few years. Yeah, and you drink the milk from this cow, and you wonder why you live in America, which is now 300 times more polluted with glyphosate than countries like Taiwan, who has less allowable glyphosate in their agriculture than we do, by far. We have 300 times more allowable glyphosate in our food products in America than they do in Taiwan. There's nothing nutty about me. You just have never met a person who is completely untethered and unfiltered. You've never met a person who can speak off the top instantaneously without any hesitation, unlike Obama, who has speechwriters work for days in order to get his speeches ready, or Trump, who has a speechwriter now whenever he goes over to AIPAC to suck off their tit. The American Israeli Political Action Committee is giving money to Trump. He is a Zionist, as is Hillary. So you have no idea what's coming, do you? You two-party stick-in-the-mud ostriches who are literally living in the head-in-the-sand mentality with the blinders on, and you're going, well, we didn't think Trump would do this, but this guy sounds just like Trump. There's something wrong here. Yeah, because Trump took 10 of my ideas to defeat Jeb Bush, Rand Paul, and every other candidate, including Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio. There is a reason why our nation is facing a critical mass in terms of discontent, unemployment. We've never had a greater unemployment rate in our history, and our government pretends like it's still 5%. Let me show you some stats that'll blow your mind. I know that many people are kind of in denial, but I'm living in America. I'm not living in denial. I'm living in America. All of my ideas are absolutely original. Every one of them. And I can prove that. So don't ever go around accusing me of not being original. Well, let's be clear. I just got rid of my face. I've been asking for this lock to be put on this camera, but it won't lock in place, so I have to reset this up. Hang on a second. Hey, how about those guys in Cleveland, huh? What do you think? I love it when these guys talk about sports and they're so into it. There are people that are really into sports. I used to be into sports. I used to play sports all the time before I realized I needed to get busy. That solving the world's problems is more important than playing sports. Okay, here we go. Now we'll bring the calculator in. Thanks for putting up with that. Okay, I'd say, well, there's 93 million people in America that that are out of work, that don't want to work, like myself, who's basically retired at a young age, divided by 205 million able-bodied people, we're not including illegal aliens in this total, and we're not including children and old people. And the number of people who are unemployed or not employed in America is 45%. Not 5%. That's the lie that they give you. That's based on how many people are drawing money out of the Social Security Trust Fund or the Unemployment Compensation Fund. It's really a false stat, and you must know that. So we're really at 45% unemployment. And they are replacing jobs with automation. So, and there's a thing that Donald Trump is going to do about it. Whereas we're going to create more jobs in programs like this and programs like this to compensate for the automation that's happening and the outsourcing, which Obama has never been able to solve. Now, I also have a plan. No, those were not included. No, the 45% unemployment were solid citizens. I didn't even include the illegal aliens in that stat. I'm just telling you, man. I'm not complaining. This is what I want for America. Well, let's be clear. I want a 4-day work week. I think it would be good. We'd hire more people. More businesses would be hiring people at $30 or rather 30 hours a week. The recent ruling by Obama to extend unemployment to people making $47,000 a year. Regardless, it's not really that relevant because eventually people won't be making a number of 47,000 a year will be kind of a nonsensical thing. Most people in America will be making about 36 to 45,000 a year in the future. But that's beside the point. What really matters is that we give people a break. And I think a 4-day work week is really in order here. The time has come. It really has. No, I'm not delusional. You are. You think that you're somehow going to stop me. That is delusional. Especially when my numbers continue to grow every night. Burnonomics. Well, there's no Burnonomics here. This is hybrid capitalism I'm bringing, not Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders has no original idea in his head. Everything we do is original. We wrote a book about it. It's on our website. No, I don't support that movement right now. Sorry. It would help if I knew what the movement was. It's like saying, do you support the bowel movement? Well, I don't know. What is it about? Men going their own way. Okay. Well, yeah, absolutely. You know, I support the men going their own way idea of basically, doing what you dream of doing. Now, today we had a weird clip from a guy named Mike Rowe. I don't know if you guys have that clip available. I don't have it anymore. I got rid of it. It made me sick. He said, don't pursue your dream. Hey, thanks. Coming in. Nice. You guys are really kind of cool. The Bagface people are kind of toned down tonight. I appreciate that. I don't know, Catch LOL 202. Dave, is that a 10-hour work week days or 8 hours? Depends on how much money you want to make. You want to make more money, then work harder. You'll still be able to work, 12-hour shifts 4 days a week, but you could work 8-hour shifts 4 days a week, pull in 32 hours. Yeah, I know. You're all being censored, 801. Guest 801 says, Dave, I was blocked trying to get in your room. No kidding. Everybody is. We are looking at censorship, the face of censorship in America right now at Vaughn. Thank you. So, men going their own way, pursuing your dream, I love it. When Mike Rowe came out with this ridiculous statement on YouTube, and I don't have that link right now, we only used a calculator for you to be demonstrating exactly what I was talking about. So I could show you the 45% unemployment. I showed you the math right there. It wasn't like I was going to keep it from you. Okay? I'd already worked out the solution to that equation in advance. I knew what the outcome was going to be. Nothing was by chance. Well, whatever the MGTOW is, I think it's great that you men who are trying to become yourself, as opposed to some candy cut or cookie cutter mentality that you have to go and become married by the age of 29. I mean, I don't know what the movement's about, but definitely defy the mores of the past. Never actually done that. So we're up against, many people say, why are you in this horrible chat room with all these terrible trolls? Because we have no place else to broadcast. But this has been better than nothing. And when we had a network we spent 4 years on Blog TV, ripped from under us by some weird guy that did a movie about pedophiles and somehow had $5 million and bought Blog TV up, we haven't seen a network quite like that since. So we moved over here and brought thousands of people over to Vaughn, and what's his appreciation? Censors us. To this day, it's absolutely mind-boggling. Hey Dave, hey Frankie. Stuck in traffic? Need to pass time? Simple. Set up your drum kit in the road and put on a performance for other computers, or for other commuters. To stop server message, right-click screen, deny local storage. There you go. That's pretty funny. Yeah. It's too bad people are standing in cars idling, and it's too bad we even have problems. I'm not slurring at all. I've never slurred a word in my life. When I acquired these press-on veneers, it became a little bit more difficult to make my S's and T's, but nobody's slurring here. Yeah, Gary Burns writing this tell-all about Hillary, claiming that she's erratic, uncontrollable, and occasionally violent. She's too violent and uncontrollable and erratic to become leader of the free world, according to Gary Burns. Thanks, Frankie. And that's coming from Bill. White House staff lived in fear of Hillary, ex-Secret Service officer says. Hey, thank you. Well, I wear these as hope for people suffering from Mountain Dew-itis. A lot of people living in Appalachia, they seem to not have the good teeth that many people need. And I want y'all to know that you could have a normal smile with the press-on veneers, like me. Now, I'll take them off and show you what I look like normally without my teeth. As you can see, I don't have a real shiny smile. But it's fantastic when you put them in. Well, thank you very much. You know that, by the way, we'll talk about this. We'll do this first. Yeah, this is the new book coming out. Hillary Clinton has a Jekyll and Hyde personality that left White House staffers scared, stiff of her explosive, even physical outbursts, an ex-Secret Service officer claims in a scathing new tell-all. Gary Byrne, who was posted outside the Oval Office when Bill Clinton was president, portrays Hillary as too erratic and uncontrollable and occasionally violent to become a president. I don't need to do stand-up comedy, man. I do sit-down comedy for free. Because I'm not materialistic, I don't need to make money, therefore I can become the most famous sit-down comedian in history. People tell me that I am the funniest person they've ever seen, and they mean that. Or maybe they're just lying to me so they can, somehow get something from me. I don't know. After repeated denials, Facebook now admits its employees censored targeted news sites like Natural News. Finally, Facebook, the social network for the CIA. So I don't know if many of you want a 4-day work week. I want to do that. David's funny person. Yes, haha. I'm paid to laugh simply because I'm not getting paid at all. You get a little sarcasm there? Okay, good. At least I'm communicating. I want to be the great communicator. I want to be the next Ronald Reagan. And if I can do that, you're going to help me. I never invested a dime in Facebook, man. I'm gonna mess around with stocks. You ain't got no future in stocks, man. If I was an investor, I probably would put my money in Depends underwear, because you're gonna need it after another 4 years of a dictator like Trump or Hillary. No, I told you, I said, I want all you Trump-tards to get the hell out of America if you want to deny Islam their freedom of religion. I'm welcoming you to speak out against Islam anytime you want. My goodness. There's a lot of reasons to dislike Islam. For one, they've got a political agenda, Sharia law. They want to take women who've been raped and force them to marry their rapists. If a man sees his wife looking at another woman, he can kill her. We don't want that in America, but I don't want to take away their freedom of speech. Trump is all over the place. It's like he never read the Constitution. I say no to that racism coming out of his mouth. Look, I'm not lying about anybody. I have a website set up dedicated to people that dislike Trump. And it's got 33 vetted links that you guys can check out right now. I kid you not. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, from delicious.com to your computer or notebook, here's 33 plus links. Reasons to dump Trump. Dump da dump dump. Dump Trump. Dump da dump dump. Dump Trump. It's a story of a man named Donald who was busy getting money from his dad, and he decided to take out credit and screw 4 corporations over. Bob Dole, 2016. You know, Bob Dole, if he's still alive, God love him. I hope he finds a good place at Leisure World or wherever he's going to settle. Silver is up to 1640. Gold, 1244. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average is now nearly 18,000 again. That's 17,938. So don't be a brain tard. Don't be a Trump tard. Don't be a Hill tard. Be an original thinker and realize that the best solution is a centrist president who's not some right-wing fascist like Trump and not some left-wing Marxist like Hillary, but who's right in the middle of the political spectrum. I have quoted First Amendment absolutely correct. Would you like me to pull it out for you? I mean, you might want to read the First Amendment. It's about freedom of religion, you idiot. No, people who are retarded, you're allowed to claim are retarded. It's still a legal term. Mentally retarded is broken down into 3 different categories: idiot, imbecile, and moron. Where do you fit in? Okay. Well, I don't need to be invited to a constitutional seminar, Mad Dog. When I heard the situation got really, really out of control, when Donald Trump decided to deny them their freedom of religion and turn against the 14th Amendment, equal protection under the law, I realized that we're dealing with a tyrant, a despot. And when I found out that in this link here, one of the link libraries shows you that, let's see if that link works. Yes, it's perfect. It's working. One of the links tells you about the simple fact that he read Hitler's speeches next to his bed when he was married to Ivana. She said that at a deposition during their lawsuit. He's sitting there reading Hitler's speeches next to his wife. What kind of a man would do that when he goes to bed and wants to be president of the United States of America? And you want to vote for that guy? Well, you need to listen to me again and again. In fact, I want to burn it into your brain with the searedness of the intensity. It's like a gleaming example of Hitler in America, played out again and again. You see, what's happening, folks, when Donald Trump talks about wanting to start a war against ISIS. He's basically doing the bidding of his establishment supporters like Henry Kissinger. It's really a new world order. These are the people that he met with. Recently, Donald Trump met with Henry Kissinger. And these people want war. And they want a guy like him who buys the ISIS belief that we are being in some way threatened by yet another wave of terrorism. We are being played. The American people are being lied to, propagandized, and forced into a mindless, almost imbecilic commitment to war. And if you look at the endless story of war and the connection to big banks, you realize that this Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, they're just puppets. They'll never go up against the machinery of war that one of the great presidents we've had, Eisenhower, warned us about. The dangers of the military-industrial complex. They never will go up against the core reason why our country's having problems right now around the world is because we're seen as a pariah, giving economic hits around the world, taking down countries using the power of our monetary system, which is connected at the hip with the World Bank. So, war is not something we want to endorse here. There's nothing nutty about me, man. I'm the most rational person you'll ever meet. Believe me, in a tough situation, I get tougher. And I've been in situations most of you wouldn't want to be in. I grew up in Los Angeles, California. It's a tough city. And if you walk around with some racist attitude like Donald Trump seems to have, you don't last long. You don't make it when you run around calling people names. Now, the only reason why somebody hasn't, been that pissed off at Donald Trump is because he's protected. But when you want to put your backing behind an outright racially driven person, you're literally turning against the very reason why this country was formed. Hey, by the way, I want to legalize marijuana, which Trump doesn't want to do because he doesn't even think, well, he's never even smoked, he said. I mean, talk about, I never inhaled. He never even smoked. Yet he went through the Studio 54 days when Coke was everywhere. Maybe he didn't smoke. Maybe he just snorted. Maybe there's a reason. I'm not going to legalize all drugs, but if you guys want to go ahead and work on a coalition to do that, whatever 2/3 of this country wants to do, I will do. There's nothing new in the real world because the real world is completely controlled. So when we do a show and it seems new or not new, it's because you've seen the show and we're trying to break through the media control that the mainstream media has over what we're supposed to talk about. We talk about everything under the sun here as opposed to the mainstream media where you can't even discuss GMOs or chemtrails or forced vaccinations or even fluoride in our water system. You're not allowed to. I can't even get on Bill O'Reilly saying that 9/11 is an inside job or could be an inside job. And speaking of that, how come Donald Trump will not actually say that 9/11 was an inside job? I know why. Because he's probably on the inside. No animal fights will be allowed in America, no. Now, what's happening in D.C. with the $15 minimum wage is just the tip of the iceberg. The liberal mindset is to constantly push for higher minimum wages. Hey, I get that. I was a liberal for years, a social liberal. I still am a social liberal. I understand. I even want a $10 minimum wage. But a $15 minimum wage has already proven to have lost over 250,000 jobs in the U.S. alone. Cities like Chicago and Seattle are losing restaurants and businesses that hire people at lower wages because they can't afford to pay them that much. Or they have to charge higher prices on their dinners, and no one wants to go to dinner and spend $100 for two. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you comprehend my words? Hello, nice to see you from Germany. Wow. I read everything you say. I don't ignore guests, ever. Hey, what's going on? What's happening? All right, let's take a journey through the chat world. We've got the cowbell. Mad Dog, I've been talking to you through the whole show. What do you mean? You said hi to me and I didn't respond. That's ridiculous. Okay, we talked about the voodoo doll lady that's making voodoo dolls to stick pins in Donald Trump voodoo dolls. That's an interesting story.
What?
This lady in Bainbridge Island is making voodoo dolls for $9.95 a piece, and she can't build them fast enough. People on this liberal side of America want to stick pins in the Donald doll. It's pretty funny, but it's not worthy of the news, and that's pretty funny. I was shocked earlier at how stupid the Democrats were. And then pineapple juice is 500% more effective than cough syrup. That was a nice little story we ran, but I'm done with that. I got to get rid of my browsers here. Oh, and that was not worth watching.
I knew that pineapple juice was more effective or something because I had this really bad cold one time.
Yeah.
And I went. I was at this place that had pineapples in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
For breakfast, and I just ate pineapples like crazy.
They're good for you, yeah.
They help keep away the cold.
Yep, they do.
This thing font on my face.
Oh, the 4-day work week. Well, you work 5 days a work week, and I don't have a work week.
Or 6 sometimes.
I work 7 days a week, but you work 5 days a week, but make money. I don't make money, so.
Well, you still do the show 6 days a week. That's crazy.
You know, I do 9 hours a day, and people say I don't work a day in my life. And I do 9 hours a day for 7 years, and I haven't made a penny on it. And they say, you never do anything. The 4-day work week is going to really solve America's problems. And we have $1,000, a wonderful idea for oh, that's kind of cool. It doubles it up. We want to do a $1,000 microloan for anybody who's not a criminal in America. So it at least gets you a little cash that you can, get started. And I factored in $200 billion in my 2017 budget to do this. $1,000 microloan to anybody who wants it. Yes. You like that? These are the things that make this kind of a cool party. So, we're going to have to deal with the reality that a lot of people just don't get what we're saying about a third party, that they still haven't separated at the hip from the two parties because they somehow think they're going to get something like a balanced budget or something, even though they've gotten nothing all their lives from the two-party system, and they continue to work. The two-party system continues to favor big business, and yet the American people are still duped into going two parties. We've got to break the cycle of it. We've got to get them to think about where they're going with this. Sarah doesn't support me financially. I'm independently secure financially, so I don't draw a lot from my asset, but I don't make money on investments either because I'm not materialistic. The benefits of being a centrist is you're going to have a fiscally sound government that's going to seek stability and solvency, but yet you're going to address issues like the environment, opportunity for college students to get a 6-week to 6-month certification plan, which will translate into a job. Getting housing, the 11 million houses that are currently in disrepair, fixed up like this. Having a way to get the government a little money back so we don't have to, lose money every day. Like dropping money into an empty space in a hole, like a black hole. That's what it seems like now. Our country's just losing money left and right, and these people have mismanaged it so much that it's not even funny. See, we're getting a lot of news play, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. We got thousands, if not a million people watching us around the world, and it's a breakthrough for America's third party to have this world audience. Because we've been doing this on a nightly basis with all the censorship in place, slowly building the minions that go out there and talk about us because they really believe in this centrist movement. And finally, it's broken out into other countries through various techniques I've used to get noticed. It is teamwork. You guys are volunteering right now your time. I don't have a patent on anything now. Well, Mad Dog says Dave amazes me with his devotion. Well, we don't have a choice, Mad Dog. The American people are up against the wall here, and we don't know it. At least Sarah and I are aware of the fact that our days on this planet are numbered if we let these elitists continue their plan of depopulation. They really are numbered. We're really in danger. People in general are. They're trying to poison our food with GMOs. They're dumping 7 billion tons of glyphosate, Roundup, on the earth right now. That's how much they've dumped on the earth. The earth is responding with real negative results. More people are getting tumors in their body, like lab rats. And we've got a country that doesn't even understand that our freedom of speech is being taken down by people that want to take away people's rights of religion. They want to suppress hate speech. Well, once you do that, the Democrats, they literally want to turn our country into a communist dictatorship. Or once you become a person who engages in hate speech, you want to force other people to get arrested if they disagree with you. Donald Trump is on record saying that he wants to create laws so you can't criticize him in the media. He doesn't even understand free speech. Things are really looking up, yeah. We're on track. We got a little less than 5 months, but we're already breaking through into a whole different world of potential. Now, if somebody in the mainstream media has enough balls to break the censorship that's been put in place against me, that person will probably get a Pulitzer Prize. But since everyone is so afraid, they're run by the CIA or the controlled media run by the elitists, they're not willing to do a story about us beyond a local newspaper. You know, I personally feel that Islamic people who engage in Sharia law will, in fact, be prosecuted at the fullest extent of U.S. law if they're caught hurting somebody or violating somebody or forcing a woman who was raped to marry her rapist. The ATP convention is going on right now in your living room. Yes. My eyebrows are here. You just can't see them. Yeah, it's the problem with being Scandinavian. You have blonde eyebrows. I just have a very, I guess, Aryan look about me. I don't know how we describe it. It could be the lighting. I have deep set eyes, though, so that could be another factor. Do any of you believe that there was some sort of a conspiracy to kill Muhammad Ali? Or did he just die of old age? Am I the only one that believes the healthcare system failed Muhammad Ali? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Come on in. I think healthcare in America is a joke. I think we're probably engaged in what could be about 5% of what would be ideal healthcare. No, he died of lung disease of some sort. You're so vain. You probably think these comments about you. You're so vain. I bet you think these comments are about you. Don't you? Don't you? Well, people are calling me a catfish or a salmon, but just because I have naturally ginger-like appearance doesn't mean you should ridicule me and call me a ginger. Okay? That would be bad. I'm excited to see the FBI investigation going forward with Hillary and the fact that they're about to break the news on what could be the Waterloo of her email scandal, where she hid 5 months of true communication going on when Benghazi was attacked, which led to the death of 4 people. I'm anxious to see what the FBI they're going to do in the next couple of weeks, because they've been saying this all along, that if they don't prosecute her, the FBI is going to be prosecuted. That's the news on the street, that the FBI is going to be rolled over the coals by the next president. Now, if it's Trump, he wouldn't bother to attack Hillary because they're close friends. But if it were me, I would prosecute Hillary and Barack Obama. I have no hesitation in telling you that I will prosecute Barack Obama. You won't get those words out of Donald Trump. You try to hear that word, Assembly, that sentence, I will prosecute Obama, out of Donald Trump's mouth. He's never said those words. And if he did, it was only just to get noticed in 2012. Okay, I give you Sarah, the show co-host. We're going to get
Hi,
back
everybody.
in just a bit. Thank you.
I was just reading about these Stingray devices, which are basically listening devices, I guess is the best way to say it. They are cell phone location. Let me say it really quick. CSLI. Cell site location information devices, but they can do a lot more than gather cell site location information. They can basically do things like they're sold to law enforcement, and they can figure out who, when, where you're calling, the precise location of every device within its range, and even capture the content of your conversations. They've been used, they are created by the Harris Corporation, and they've been sold to law enforcement, and law enforcement agencies have actually had to sign, law enforcement and FBI have had to sign non-disclosure agreements related to the use of the devices. And so then when they go to court, they say that they're not allowed to speak on the details of the arrangements with the Harris Corporation. And so they say it's definitely created a dangerous precedent where the actual law enforcement can't talk about these devices. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. So anyway, that is pretty interesting information. I'm gonna check this one out. Oh, I don't know if I want that one. Yeah, it could be a spy device. I don't know if they sell them to private entities. Mostly they sell them to law enforcement and FBI. No, Mad Dog, not like that. I'm not trained to do that. I guess some people are trained to do that, but not everyone. So I like to ignore the guests. Steven Seagal? Is that who you're talking about, DT Laura? Well, that is pretty interesting. I'm glad I looked into that. All right, I think I'll close out of this. Wow. Okay. If this is true, you say open the prison doors because they will have to release anyone that has been convicted with the Stingray device. That's a possibility, but it's I don't know. I think if it were just location information, that would be different than if they're listening into conversations. All right. Oh, all those. Thank you. I'm glad you think I look like some kind of fish. Then I can eat those cool biodegradable wraps or 6-packs, 6 rings that I was showing you guys earlier. I invite all the guests everywhere. Oh, I don't want to see that. Okay. Good night. Have a pleasant evening. Sleep well. Why do you say that, 655? David and I are together. Whoa. Multiple bicyclists were hit by a vehicle in a deadly crash on Tuesday in Copper Township, Michigan. You say so, 812. I don't say so. All right. So there was some kind of Chinese jet that made an unsafe intercept of a US of an Air Force plane. I'll have to look at that. Yeah, my hair is pretty cool. A U.S. Air Force RC-135 reconnaissance aircraft flying Tuesday in international airspace over the East China Sea was intercepted in an unsafe manner, they say, by a Chinese J-10 fighter jet. I've never taken physics, so I don't know if I like it. I do know I like math, but I would have to take physics to know if I like it. This is about politics, 689, and yes, one of our issues is to renew homes with a homestead renewal plan. That's part of our political platform. Walmart has unmeltable ice cream sandwiches. Yikes. No, I can't do that 448. That does not compute. Thank you, 203. Well, he actually runs a show here. That's doing something, which is pretty good. Yeah, well, it's more than some. Ultimately, we would use money that would go to HUD. We would use existing money that normally goes to pay for the private sector from government dollars. That's what we would use. Hey, Antique, how are you? Thanks, 448. Okay. All right. Good information there. Awesome. Always have fun with her, so that's good. I was just looking at the news. Anything in there? Not really. In Istanbul, a car bomb went off. I'm glad I don't live in Istanbul. What? She's drawing. Is Leah blind? I'm beginning to not trust everything you say, Mad Dog. Wow. I suppose it depends on the woman, 869. Will be a beginning. Oh, yes. Yeah, I think that people would not want it 327, but well, I guess we'll see what the people want. That people will get what they deserve, whatever they want. No, I'm not a lesbian. I learned about politics from this document. and also FEC, Federal Election Commission. But running a government is from that document. Wow. Yes. Well, I think that we have a great country here in America. That's what I believe. That we do have a great country, and we have great people that make it a great country. The people that get up every day, go to work, do the jobs that they love, even do the jobs that they may not love. Those are the people that make America a great country to live in. And I want to thank all of the people that are getting up every day and volunteering their time or doing the work that has to be done to help this country. No, we're not going to dismantle the entire government. We are going to put in some policies that may help the government and may help people. I like that idea when you talk about a basic income. I think it's not necessarily about having an income per se. I think, like we're talking about here with the Homestead Renewal Plan, I think it's about the cost of living. And I think it's, if we were able to lower the cost of living, people would not need as much for a basic income. I don't think this country gets worse. I think this country gets better, and I think a lot of it is about attitude. And I think that the people of this country make this country great, and the people of this country can make this country better. It's all about people and what they're choosing to do. Well, if the government came in and increased the salaries, then that would not be lowering the costs of things either. I believe in people, so 770, and I believe in helping people.
You know, Chicago's offering $15 an hour, and other cities are DC's now following, and in Seattle too, they're offering $15 an hour. And there's no way we can possibly sustain this economically in some of the rural areas because people don't want to spend $45 an entree for dinner.
Right.
You know, so I mean, I think Democrats have lost their way with business, and we've lost our way as a nation because Democrats have continually overspent.
Should you start with yourself, 812? If you believe that? I forgot. Mad Dog, I can look it up. But so could you. If you want, I'll look it up.
Yeah, the real problem is the money and the love of the money. And the people that love the money the most are running for president.
1 times 10 to the... Well, it's basically 1 with 100 zeros after it.
1 times 10 to the 100th. A Google. You know, liberals are people too, and if you understand that liberals were originally all about liberty, you wouldn't hate liberals. So a lot of you Republicans don't understand the centrist mentality. I embrace liberals and fiscal conservatives. I don't align with social conservatives, but I understand your concern about life when you talk about the unborn infant and you hate on people like Obama. I agree with you. You know, he didn't sign the protection of the unborn infant. He didn't sign that into law, which, you know, it would have been smart to do. I mean, all it involved was just getting a second doctor to deal with an abortion.
They work together, 327.
So I don't really completely disagree with socially conservative issues, but like school prayer, for instance, I would like to see a 2-minute meditation. And I talked to Sarah about that. 2 minutes might give all kids kind of a sense of what they're going to do that day. Even a 1-minute meditation would be better. You wouldn't have to recite a religious dogma. You could do that in your head. You could say the Lord's Prayer if you wanted, if you're a child. Whatever. Sarah's in great shape.
No, David never voted for Obama.
We started America's Third Party because we didn't like Obama. We weren't happy with the two-party system. And it's taking you guys, a lot of you guys, a long time to convert, I know, and you're coming into the show wondering, well, maybe it's kind of a wacky idea, but hey, what if we had three parties in America? I mean, wouldn't that make it more of a democracy? No-brainer, really. Of course it would. Yeah, he was a token president, unfortunately. And we don't need another token president. If Hillary were to win, it would be another token president. And America's going to suffer because we won't get the best ideas in the right hands to fix the problem. We need another JFK. And I need to get back to Hyannisport because I've got a Lear jet waiting for me to go off to Miami and talk to some of the people about a deal with Cuba. Can you imagine we're brokering trade now with Cuba, but we're not even using the best aspect, and that would be, of course, their doctors. There's more doctors in Cuba, this is the truth, per capita than any other country. And that's a good thing. We should trade with them. We should allow their doctors to come over here and work in our public health care system and lower the cost of health care. I don't have any sense of jealousy at all. I've lived with no jealousy for 17 years. Sarah and I are like the best couple ever.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And I don't have a sense of jealousy. And I lived at one time in my life with a terrible sense of jealousy because I was involved with a woman when I was very young who was disreputable, for lack of a better word. But you'll read about that in my book, so I'll reserve all specifics to my upcoming book. Yes, you have an understanding, but they talk to you. Have you had any cough? Well, I don't know what you're saying. Cough. What? And they level the 1 from 10. What is your pain level? Do you say on a level from 1 to 10, what's my pain level? Yes, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it is hard to talk to an Indian or a Pakistani doctor in America, but these Cubans will be bilingual. There'll be a slight accent, of course, but I mean, you can imagine they'd work here in America for $150,000 and they'd do a good job. That's the one aspect of what Castro did in Cuba that makes sense, is to have a strong healthcare system. Yeah. You know, libtards and Trumptards are not going to go to the FEMA camps under my watch. You guys are welcome to come in and participate. The thing is, I don't want to shut down people on the right either. I know you're upset about Islam and the political directive of the jihadists that come over here who want to be terrorists. I'm not exactly keen on it either. That's why we came up with the no refugee plan. But then Donald took that idea too and bastardized it. Well, they don't have a strong healthcare system in Cuba. No, they really don't. What they have is an agrarian society which still struggles because it hasn't cracked that capitalist whip and turned the nation into a growth center. So I think the recent trade with Cuba is fine. If it encourages their economy to grow, great. But we need those public doctors here because they're very, very effective. But their healthcare system is nowhere near ours in terms of the MRIs and all the equipment that the doctors have. They'll come over here and they'll go, wow. You know, I won't be tangoing with Raul Castro. If he grabs my hand, I'm pulling it back. There's a certain thing that I couldn't believe Obama did when he did the little tango with Raul the other day. What, about 2 months ago? That was hilarious. I could ban 219, sure. And you know, using bad words like tubby 219, that's a bannable offense. But I'm not going to ban him because if I ban him, 200,000 people won't be able to come into our chat room. So I'm going to mute him. Well, there are cities like Islamburg and outside of an area in New York, near Binghamton, there's a small enclave of about 250 highly driven and motivated jihadist militia people. And that's a big problem. Binghamton is not the kind of town we need another racial conflict. Like that post office murder, 33 people dead. So Binghamton and others would be hot spots in America. So we're going to have to deal with that using special forces. using ATF and FBI in a joint fusion project, we will be able to disarm most of them to the point where they can all have one firearm. And we'll do it peacefully. We'll have them do it above board. I don't think they're going to have a problem with it. I really don't. I don't believe that they're going to outwardly say that we're taking away their freedoms and their rights when we give them one gun per person at these encampments. And if we do run into a situation, we'll have a different tactic, of course, but hopefully there won't be a problem, because I want them to understand, I recognize they need to protect themselves. I mean, can you imagine coming into this country with Donald Trump running for president and feeling completely like you're going to be taken in and ID'd and then deported even though you have a green card? That's the kind of fear that a lot of these people coming into our country have had. Our mistake was allowing them in, because we've given them too much access to our country for so little. In fact, they harvest us like a resource. And I've been the guy out against this illegal immigration for 7 or 8 years now, and this has been a mainstay of my campaign. But now it seems like they are truly taking advantage. That's why for 3 years I said no refugees, period. None whatsoever. And that means Sarah suggested, now share your idea because it's really good, about Border Patrol.
I think that a couple of different things. I believe in a lethal electric fence. I also believe that we should have Border Patrol agents wear IDs that can send a signal to helicopters so they can know the difference between who's a border agent and who's just an immigrant coming over the country. And I believe that we should allow we should change our immigration laws so that people can become citizens when become U.S. citizens while actually living in their home country, rather than having to come to the United States for a certain number of years to become a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, and the idea also of a federal judgeship, which is required by law under 2000 Supreme Court ruling. People have to be coming in here with a federal judge addressing their immigration issues. Well, Sarah suggested that every Border Patrol supervisor, for instance, could be given federal judgeship for that task. And I thought it was a brilliant idea. It completely bypasses any of the problems facing the incredibly crippled legal system we have today, where it would get caught up in appellate court and then migrating in circles, whereas a presidential move like that would really give it some authority. And presidents can assign federal judgeships. So it's all in fact, they're required to, and Obama never did that really quickly. So we'll get that border hopping, but we're not going to do it in a way that's going to jeopardize human rights or our freedoms here in America, and why our country is so great. And that's one of the reasons why people want to come here to our country, because we aren't like Gestapo, Nazi takeover. What Trump is proposing is exactly insane from that perspective. The idea came from me. My idea of building the 1,000-mile wall came out actually as a fence, and I support a fence only. A wall cannot be built in 1 year. It's impossible. In fact, the Great Wall of China took 100 years to build. So this man who's never laid a brick in his life and never gone to war, and he's not even related to war heroes like I am, he runs his mouth off thinking he's going to throw this country under the bus and have a trade war with Mexico and say that Mexico should pay for the wall. The man is off his rocker if he thinks that's going to work. So I don't think we should throw our trade relationship with Mexico under the bus and create more friction with Mexico at a time when we just need to build that fence. Now, had he listened to my show in 2008, he would have known how we're going to pay for that fence. We're going to use prison labor who are currently illegals in our country's prison system. There's 400,000 illegals in our system that could be offered work at the border for a trip home and a little bag of swag, things that they could take with them, toiletries, whatever. $1 a day, 90 days, and they're home free. They make $100. We'll give them a little extra just to carry it with them in pocket change. I want to make this fair, and I want to feed them right. I want to give them a nice FEMA trailer to live in, and we'll keep the windows open so that the formaldehyde won't get too bad because we got plenty of FEMA trailers that we can warehouse these prisoners, and we'll get the fencing from up above in the northern sector where we've got FEMA camps, north, south, center. And there's west and east. And these FEMA camps don't need fencing around them. We can roll them up and bring them to the southern border. So that's how we're going to do it. And you guys need to get me on the ballot in your state, or you need to elect me through writing my name in. I appreciate it, because this has got to be done the right way. If it goes Trump's way, we'll have a war with Mexico within 2 years. It's not impossible to imagine that. Believe it or not, they do have an army. Thank you. Yeah, the FEMA trailers were a big win. Just open the windows and air them out. It's much easier. So, Darth, you're not really making a hit here. I'm going to remove you from the show because you basically sound like the enemy. Darth Plagueis was just banned from our show. Let it be noted.
Thanks.
No, we do control our chat. What's happening, Guest 5546, is we are essentially being censored. And the censorship has been going on at Vaughn for some time. And I think, personally, I'm not offended. I just think it's indicative of a very small-minded person who's doing it. I'm aware of the small-mindedness along the way. All the little bumps in the road to get to the place I need to be to help the country are not... I don't take it too serious, but believe me, what he's doing is wrong. And I'm truly not happy with censorship of any kind in a country that claims to be free and democratic. So let's get past the hypocrisy here and face it. We Americans have no voice whatsoever right now. Thank you. Hillary just wore a $13,000 some odd Armani dress to an event where she talked about equality. And she's living in this corporate dream world where she gets all this free money from people that are trying to prime her pump and Clinton Initiatives pump. And she acts like she can talk about equality. It's amazing how completely detached she has become from reality.
Yeah.
When she herself is in the 1%, as is Donald Trump, which is really ironic. We got two 1%ers running to control the destiny of this country. Now, folks, if you voted or wanted to vote for Bernie, I need your vote now. I need your support now. Because this is a time we can galvanize the people on the left of the Democratic Party and invite you into our centrist party. Because there's a lot of people that think that our idea of hybrid capitalism sounds socialistic. It isn't socialism. In fact, the worst things about socialism is taking from the working man to pay for the non-working man. It doesn't do that at all. It just gets our government to run efficiently like a business and trim the costs that are currently draining our tax dollars. Thank you. There's something wrong with some of the people in here. They seem to write weird things like...
Different things.
Yeah, it's like I can't even recite what they're saying. It's because he's fiscally conservative.
I think they just don't know how to spell.
You know how to spell the word fiscal? Fiscal means money related.
Related to money.
Yeah, and then fiscally conservative means I'm tight with money. And I want you to be tight with your money so that you don't go broke in a tough economy. Now, if I were to reach out and ask for socialists to vote for me, it's only because Bernie's just been thrown under the bus by Hillary. When she announced worldwide, and the AP had this feed in advance, weeks in advance, that she's won the nomination. She's clinched it. And she's the one who's saying it, the AP's saying it for her. So if that isn't a Nazi takeover of our country by an organization that was founded in the Nazis, by the propaganda minister Goering, it's just mind-boggling to know that the AP came from Nazi Germany. It's just fascinating. So Bernie supporters, welcome. Kai, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for coming in. Bob Dole supporters, you too. You guys are welcome to come on in. We are open to discussion tonight, and we are bringing in as many views as we can to get the best possible edge to this country's new political movement, which will be accountable for its actions. We're not going to we're going to have bylaws that will prevent people from doing payback like Hillary's doing with the Clinton Initiative, or Donald does with AIPAC. We don't allow payback in this party. You either support our platform or it's not really going to help you, or parts of our platform, or it won't help you. We're not going to cater to people that prime our pump with any money. And we have hardly built this on any money at all, which is very interesting. Hardly any money. You go to fec.gov and you'll see that we've gotten very few donations, and it's not that we don't want them, it's just that we don't openly solicit them like other people that are scamming on the internet. So that's the big difference here. Look, if we can do the 24-hour show where I wouldn't get sick doing it, I'd do it. But I got a stamina thing here. Nobody's ever done 7 or 9 hours a night. I've done over 7,000 hours of broadcasting. If you include the night show, we're looking at 14 to 15,000 hours of broadcasting that I've done for no personal gain other than to keep talking about the important issues. I don't get sick, but I also maintain a good solid rhythm to my daily life. When I'm running, it's more like a gallop. I'm trying to conserve energy. Thank you. Thanks, Walton. But there's a lot of good reasons to do this. We want legalization of marijuana across the board, recreational. And even Sarah, who's never smoked it in her life, never will, she says, she has the understanding that people are not hurting anybody. It's a non-damaging thing. It's no harm done, and there's no proof that marijuana hurts anybody or causes physical withdrawal symptoms, so it's way better than alcohol or cigarettes for self-medication, if you will. DT Laura likes it because it's a very interesting show. Thank you. No, Sarah never gets near pot, and I know of. If she does, it's I've never seen her, because if there was pot around, it would be going through a vent. Yeah. It's just, I don't think you should put that on other people. But nothing really interesting in the news tonight. We're just kind of...
I was reading an opinion piece about trying to move people out of poverty, and they did a state-by-state look at chronic absenteeism. I was just looking at different things. A leopard escaped a zoo in Utah.
Wow. A leopard escaped of Utah. The zoo in Utah had a crisis on their hands. Salt Lake City, the latest on a leopard that escaped the Salt Lake City Zoo, all times local. Zoo officials say they are investigating how a leopard was able to escape from her enclosure. Maybe she went through that 3-foot gate that the gorilla ended up getting a 4-year-old child, and the gorilla got shot. Maybe it's the same kind of gate. The leopard went back the other way. Go ahead. It's amazing how many people are so filled with prejudice, especially against homosexuals. I've been a heterosexual all my life, of course, and people accuse me of being something I'm not, simply because they can't imagine a good-looking guy being straight, which is kind of amazing. Or the people who are gay want to convert a good-looking guy to their little mindset. Personally, I don't want to force any of you people to be a certain way. I don't want to tell you should be hetero or whatever. But at the same time, you shouldn't in any way use this venue to harass people who are heterosexual. It's really kind of screwed up. So expect hate law enforcement against people using sexual harassment. Expect a 3-strike rape law for the military when I become president. So anybody who rapes or molests anybody, or especially a child, would get the death penalty in the military. Yeah, and I will impose that. We'll have conflicts with the Eighth Amendment if we try to bring it into the federal courts, but we'll try to do that too. I'm tired of hearing about molesters and pedophiles, and I've heard that these people are nesting in our government, that the government is somehow hiding pedophiles. And I'll tell you what happened in 1990. There was a landmark case called the Franklin Group, in which a group of people were working as a human trafficking network. And this is the truth, folks. They were using the school of Boys Town in Nebraska to convert children to sex slavery. And I know this is a tough subject, and I don't really want to talk much about it, other than to say, when the Nebraska State Police expanded their investigation, it was drawing connections to D.C., Washington, D.C. They immediately got a call from the FBI saying, cease your investigation. Why? No reason. It's just out of your jurisdiction. Cease your investigation. So whenever it gets close to D.C., they push it away. So any type of attacks on these groups of people really has just been a Band-Aid on a real problem that persists. Every year, 50,000 kids go missing in this country. Now, I don't know if you're a parent or not, but if you can empathize with parents that lose their kids, this is a serious truth that we've got to address. And getting tough on crimes like pedophilia and molestation and rape is one of my plans, to get tough on those crimes. Yeah, seriously. And I do support the death penalty on a federal level, as long as there is DNA evidence incriminating that person. So yeah, we're going to get tough on crime. I just can't sit there and watch people, do horrible things to each other and just get away with it. It's insane. We've turned into a permissive, liberal society where we allow people to commit homicidal murder out in 7 years. In our area, there's a judge that gave a guy 7-year penalty, manslaughter it was called, even though he killed his girlfriend, buried her body in his grandparents' backyard for a year before it was discovered. And he only got 7 years. Recently, a guy, 2 or 3 years ago, a guy literally ripped out of a location, wild, completely out of control on alcohol. Yet they couldn't prove that. The guy was a renowned drunk, even had his AA poster or his AA magazine in the back of his car when he ripped out of there. He killed 2 beautiful twin girls, 17 years old, on a highway where we, in our area. And the sad tragedy is that family. That family has faced so much tragedy. They had lost their other older daughter in a similar accident in Texas 4 or 5 years earlier. But the reality is, this guy who did that to their twins, this family is like racked with unbelievable grief. And they're Christian. They're a very religious group. I don't know, they might even be Jewish. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Bottom line is, they've been racked with this tremendous amount of grief unfairly. This guy gets 4 years, and he'll probably walk on probation. And I wouldn't doubt somebody else is going to get killed. I'm serious. Stop in the name of love. Well, learning nonviolence, we have to also realize that nonviolence occurs through deterrence. Nobody wants to go to jail for life or to be executed. So when they think twice about shooting people, then you see the deterrent factor. Now the liberals, and I don't agree with them on this issue, they really believe that capital punishment is not a deterrent. And they have no statistics to draw from. These sneakers are made from ocean garbage, and that is what they are. These sneakers are made from... Okay. I'm going to let Sarah talk for a little while. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to talk for about 6 minutes. I'm just going to say thanks to the people that are trying to clean the oceans and that also bring us goods and services via the ocean and via rail and via long haul truckers. Thanks for all the things you do, and thank you to everyone that gets up every day and does what they're supposed to do.
Thank you. Thanks for being you.
Thanks for doing the next thing that you're supposed to do.
Yeah, thanks for getting up and doing the next thing that comes next, whatever that is.
Whatever comes next.
Whatever comes next. Thanks for waking up in the morning, everyone. What do you have there?
Thank you for waking up in the morning.
Well, if we've seen results from rehabilitation, not. Check the incredible inconsistencies in our criminal justice system. Check this out. This is Lee Carroll Brooker, a 75-year-old veteran serving life sentence in prison without parole for being caught growing 3 dozen marijuana plants behind his son's home. Okay, we're talking without parole, life sentences. And this is Brock Turner, a 20-year-old who raped a woman on campus and just got 6 months in prison. He's also promised that with good behavior that would be cut down to 3 months. So this poor guy got life in prison for growing some pot plants. This guy raped a girl and gets only 3 months good behavior. Unbelievable. Yeah, he looks a little that way, yeah. Like the boy next door, but you wouldn't want to get near your daughter.
Yeah.
Why would I apologize? I never rolled my eyes with Sarah.
I roll my eyes all the time. So.
Sarcasm is allowed on the show. I mean, we are slinging free speech here tonight.
David can roll his eyes, I can roll mine. What do you mean 154? Are you taking the side of that guy? I don't know. I haven't been following that story. Abandon the system. Well, the only way is to live your life each day. Then you can slowly unplug from the system. Okay. You're gonna go make some coffee. Is it too late at night for you, or is the morning just starting up? I don't know. Different people watch all over their world. Some people are like, Sarah, I've got to go to bed. It's 4 a.m. and I've been up all night. Like, go to bed. Thank you, but I don't think he really rolled his eyes at me. I just said thanks to all the people that do work every single day. And it's not easy. It's not easy keeping this country going. I'll take that as a compliment. Perfect. You. But, you know, I think it does take a lot of effort. Thank you. Well, you give me hope. You give me hope and belief and dreams of what this world is and what it can be. Because it's all about believing and working toward achieving those beliefs. It all starts in your minds. What you believe you can achieve, you just have to act on it. I don't have second-hand vape air. I don't go near any any smokers or tokers or anything like that. Yeah, last summer I was on this show. That's what I did last summer.
Yeah, those chemtrails are nice.
Avoid shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's hilarious. 1809. Well, I'm not around him if he does that. 952.
Yeah. You know, people are out there monitoring everybody, and we live in a police state. Then why don't you just, accept the fact that you're a slave? Don't think for a second you're free. Just accept the fact that you're a slave in a police state. But don't sit there thinking you're free. I mean, the truth is we're obviously not free. If we were free, there wouldn't be so much alienation going on in our society. People wouldn't be self-policing each other with weird looks, like, oh, he rolled his eyes. Well, we're not supposed to, be any one particular way. We're supposed to have freedom of speech. We're supposed to speak out anything we want to say. But what we say will affect your job. The truth is, you could lose your job if you smoke marijuana and are a federal employee. And a lot of them live in fear of being fired because of that.
I don't smoke marijuana because I choose not to, and I never will.
She doesn't want to, and she doesn't.
It's not one of the things I'd ever do.
She doesn't really feel the desire to, And if you have no desire, please don't ever try marijuana. Thank you. Let's remove you from the show. All right. Any other questions? We'll take them from the panel of perfect people who believe that they can judge everyone around them. Feel free. Go right ahead. All of you perfect people. Ask away. I will respond in infinitesimal ways to your problems. Islamic, my God is unique. What? Christian, my God is real. You're all going to burn in hell. Jews, my God is fair. Return what is yours. What is ours? Spiritual people. I think that's kind of funny. It's worth putting up there. It's very funny. Thank you. Let's take a look at this. Where do you fit in? Maybe you're just not a person that can be pegged. Maybe you're not a person to be labeled or judged by others. Maybe you're an individual. Maybe you don't want to be told what to do. Maybe you feel superior. Maybe you feel different. Maybe you feel like you are special. Perhaps you are unique. You've been led to believe that everything you say is original. And everyone's a star. In this world they created for you, you're special. You're special and unique, and you believe that because you are like Mr. Anderson, completely controlled by the propaganda that you were born into. You must break out of that. In order to defy the Matrix, you must break out of that. Yeah. I want to remind you that Diane is not here to take insults. She's replaced by this beautiful woman who should never have negative stuff said about her. Thank you. That's right. Well, let's be clear. I didn't do the comedy routine we call Barack Obama. Diane is this lovely lady who comes to our show every day. She's absolutely fabulous. Yes, you'll figure it out a little bit later as you get to know our show. There's like a group of people hating on certain people in the show. And it goes back and forth. Well, Brittany, I hear you. Well, those people need to get behind a third party, Brittany. You know that. You know, the Bernie people will realize that the third party is the way to go. It's simply the only way to go. It's the answer to stopping Zion. You see, Zion is controlling Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. It seems to have a control over their greed. Both Hillary and Donald are incredibly greedy. Therefore, they're controlled by Zion and the Zionist directive. I, on the other hand, am not into money. I'm not into the banal nature of materialism. I don't seek to pad my own pockets. I'm simply like a machine, destined to fulfill the goals of the American people. Constantly triggered by principle, not gain, personal gain. Okay, so Richard Simmons is home. Everybody concerned about him. Don't worry, Richard Simmons is fine. He's been released according to TMZ, so have no fear. And you notice that Richard Simmons kind of trumped the Caitlyn story today. Caitlyn didn't make any major waves with the choice of transgenderism or not. So the things we're thinking about in America are not solar rooftops that'll revolutionize our country. We're thinking about Richard Simmons and Caitlyn Jenner. Yeah. And just because he's a unique individual doesn't mean we really need to take away from the truth here and talk about some mindless story about how he was brought in because he had gibberish. So don't let me waste your time talking about Richard Simmons. Okay, everybody. Okay. Dave. Well, we're not allowed to get on News Views because nobody on News Views has a brain to record our YouTube show. Now, if somebody had a News Views show that just played our YouTube show multicast, they'd have so many viewers every night because you can roll that out right out of our YouTube site. Odd America's Third Party. Go to the bottom of the site and just hit play and then take Minicam or XSplit, grab the signal, and run it 24/7 for free. How dare you say I'm sillier than Simmons? Richard Simmons is probably the most silly guy I've ever met, because I haven't met him. You know who has met Richard Simmons? Awesome Carl. One of our supporters in the East Coast, he actually met Richard Simmons. He's friends with him. I don't know if they're friends anymore now that Richard Simmons is in with his handlers, secretly. Why don't you try to fix the YouTube streaming problem? You don't get the fact that we are censored? We're streaming right now. When you go to YouTube, you can actually watch us stream right now. I fixed the problem. We're recording right now. Every night is a new show. Yeah, this is all unrecorded. 4-hour shows. Nobody on the internet does this. We're like way beyond anything you've ever seen. We're so far in the future, you can barely keep track of it. Our hit counter lock is, we're proud of the number of hits that our hit counter shows. It's a point of pride now. The censorship's gone on so long, it's almost become a reverse karmic plus. It's kind of funny. How come only 20 people have seen your video in the past 7 years? Yeah, I wonder how. No, they are censoring us heavily. In 2011, we went from 20,000 hits a week down to 20. Richard is a caring person. You know, I think sensitive people out there really are, they've got a heavy burden. No, Carl's doing great. He was in the other night. He came in, he said, "Hey, it's me. It's me, Awesome Carl. Hi, it's me, Awesome Carl." There you go. Almost lost it there. Yeah, no. No. Now will you look at that? Now look at that. Will you look at that? Have you seen Will You Look at That? The guy is hilarious. He's got, a lot of YouTube followers, but he's really funny. I mean, all he does is say, "Now will you look at that? Would you look at that?" It's just over and over again in every situation. But those are the kind of people who have nothing to say and get incredible YouTube hits. If you have something to say and you're forming a political party, you get censored. Welcome to America, the land of the controlled. Someone just went inside NASA's inflatable space house for the first time ever. Really? A long, long time ago. Well, astronaut Jeff Williams enters beam expandable module. Wow, won't it be fun? Do you believe it or not? Ripley's Believe It or Not. Is NASA for real? Are they really in space, or are they doing this underwater or with strings? What is the truth about NASA? So tonight we'll take a look at the moon landing. We touched down on that. We'll also, before we get into any of that, we'll touch down on the 9/11 catastrophe, because Truth Tuesday was originally developed over the 9/11 catastrophe. Now, I am on record saying that 9/11 could be an inside job, just so you know. I also believe that the rise of ISIS was mostly a propaganda tool used to constantly maneuver into wars around the world. That there really isn't the secret organized caliphate that they claim there is. It may be in part and parcel going on in various enclaves of the world, but not necessarily in one unison fashion. Just like I feel that Al-Qaeda was a database that the CIA used of thugs. So I'm a different candidate than Donald or Hillary. They would never discuss things in that fashion. They would never, ever expect that. In the 28 pages Trump is unable to produce, it's called Brennan. CIA Director Brennan told Trump "You're going to have to lay off on that thing with Saudi Arabia. You understand me, Trump?" Yeah. They don't want to ruffle feathers over there. Trump's already pissed Saudi Arabia off royally. We're looking at a massive oil embargo if Trump were to become president. They don't like being defamed. The Muslims are extremely angry about losing face with the Donald hate that Donald puts out against Muslims. And he's trying to just grab Americans who are discontented. We can do that by going after refugees, not specifically Muslims. So anyone who is trying to proselytize in our room will be banned from the show. We don't take the proselytizing too nicely here. And if you were to push Sharia law into my country where I was president, you'd be arrested, just so you know. Yes, Vaughn has been censoring me for a long time, guest 329. Trump is an establishment thug. And if you go to our website, which I've got queued up here, gosh, why don't I just show you since you're not going to go there, why don't I just give you the valid information here. We got a lot of good stuff here. Trump's escort service that he ran in 1999 where he was basically setting up women with gentleman Johns in his hotel network. That's number one on the list right now. And then the presumptive nominee outlined his energy plan. I put that in there because it's such a joke to push for privatization when we've already got a privatized energy plan, and it hasn't helped build up an infrastructure. It hasn't helped increase jobs in America. In fact, quite the opposite. So I plan on a national energy tax that supersedes state taxes that will be doled out per capita to the states. And that would make sense in terms of building infrastructure and making a loop of carbon too. Donald Trump says government should kill civilian families of anyone suspected of terrorism. I mean, anybody who'd say such a thing he's over the top. I mean, that's something Kim Jong-un would do. Well, no wonder Kim Jong-un is supporting him. And Trump's relationship with women illustrate disturbing patterns. That's another good one. This is one here where he talks about tales of molesting beauty queens and raping his ex-wife and then claims of racism. That's a good one. That's all about the Studio 54 days when film stars, financiers, mobsters, and politicians were all welcome to indulge in a hazy wonderland of money, drugs, and sex. And for one young man obsessed with pursuing beautiful women and becoming super rich, the club was his mecca. And this is a quote from Trump. "I would watch supermodels getting screwed. Well-known supermodels getting screwed on a bench in the middle of the room. There were 7 of them, and each one was getting screwed by a different guy." This is something this guy was into. So all I can say is it goes on in the Trump lawsuits on the university where the prosecuting attorney says that Trump is, in fact, committing fraud, and he'll prove it. And then a Saudi prince begs American voters not to vote for Trump, and it actually warns that he's not going to buy oil or sell oil to the U.S. And then Trump saying he's going to go many steps further than waterboarding to torture people. And of course, the Rolling Stones are asking Trump to stop playing their songs. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Donald Trump's ties to the Gambino crime family. This is the one I want to talk to you about. The daughter of a reputed New Jersey mob figure says her late father had a long-time relationship with Donald Trump that included gambling millions of dollars at one of his casinos, flying on his helicopter, and partying aboard his private yacht. Okay? Are you ready yet? You hear what I'm talking about here? Yeah. I mean, so tell me there's it goes on and on. Feel free to check out our link. 33 plus reasons to not vote Trump. To dump Trump. Dump Trump. The Trumpinator. Are you telling me I should be mocking Jews? This is the wrong thing for you. Oy vey, you could be somehow, this could be considered anti-Semitism, what you're saying. There is no wall around Oregon. What the hell's wrong with you? Censored images from Venezuela reveal economic collapse is only for the poor. The rich people are living in luxury, eating $146 hamburgers. Well, you got to vote for somebody. You might as well vote for somebody with talent. Well, let's be clear. I am not Hillary Shell. I don't like Hillary, man. I told you, I'm running a separate site. I'm working on it right now, man. We're going to come out hard against Hillary because she's in the lead. I'm working down Donald right now. Oy vey, act your age. Oh man, Hillary or not, she and I are not lovers, okay? I never had sex with Hillary, ever. Hey, we have a lot of fun on our show. That's why this show is now a worldwide success. So don't think for a second this is all about just talking about politics. We get interesting, and that's why I'm such a unique, dynamic character for the presidency. Aren't you excited? I know I am. I mean, I'm bringing a real spark of life to politics again. You got that right. No, Donald and Hillary are both like tight. They're part of the one percenters. I would never be part of that group. You know that. When I was born with an immense amount of intelligence, I realized that money was not the secret. And then I studied a little bit of Eastern religion, Zen Buddhism, as a young man, and I made a vow of poverty. And ever since then, my life has been enriching and soulful and fun. Censored images from Venezuela reveal a real bounty for people with money. Look at that. He's buying his wife a dildo. Oh, I'm sorry. It's like it was like a Subway sandwich or something. There is no reason to talk about local politics. It's so corrupt, it's not even funny. I am the anti-establishment candidate and have been from the very get-go. I've taken risks no other candidate could even think of, and I've been censored at every turn by the mainstream media. I'm not sure if you want potheads for your presidency. Yeah, you should seek out people seeking really, really good oxygen. Somebody who likes oxygen. Somebody who just sits there around and gets high on pot all the time is not cool. Trump has no ideas of his own. He has 10 that he borrowed from me. I want to sell Hawaii. Spread the word. I want to sell Hawaii to Japan. Yes. I think Japan needs an extra piece of property just to call a second territory. And it would be a wonderful way to resolve our trade debt and bolster their economy, because in a way it's going to help them immensely. And most of the owners of property in Hawaii are Japanese. But Hawaii could retain certain sovereign lands, and certain islands could be retained by the Hawaiians. I would award all of I don't have any problem there, man. Sorry. There's a small island called Malachi, and it would be wonderful if I could turn that into a safe haven for all of the people who want to call it a sovereign area that the Hawaiians can call their own. Malachi. And there's only like 2 lepers left out of the colony of lepers. No, of course not. I've never had any kind of emotional or mental problems in my life. Why would I be 5150? No, Malachi is nobody even owns it. Hawaii, on the other hand, could vote on this. They could leave our country. You know, one of the things that they've done by allowing an illegal alien to become president of the United States for 7 years is they've screwed us over. And they've violated our Constitution. So yeah, there is a penalty when you become a state that pisses the American government off. So yeah, I don't mind handing statehood to the new nation of Japan in exchange for debt. My sister didn't know what to do when I ran for president during that time period. She was very angry at me. And because her anger and jealousy was almost overbearing for her, she said some things on a show, and it was recorded by some guy, and then she asked the guy to remove it. Whether it was removed or not, we don't know. But my sister wrote me a little video here from Mexico talking about how she feels, and I really think this is where she's at right now.
Hello, it's April 1st, 2016, and this is Connie Sponheim, sister to David Sponheim, who is of America's Third Party. He and Sarah are working together to put him on the ballot, and I'd like you to write him in. This film is to redact anything I may have said years ago when I had an interview with a gentleman from the Midwest, and I don't quite recall what I said. But I may have been a little upset at my brother at the time, and that was long ago. He's a very rational, very logical, good guy, caring man, full of ideas. I really respect him, and I hope that you write him in, because he's a good candidate for the job. And I wanted to make this film just to make sure that you know that he's on the level, smart, has terrific ideas to make this country the country that I remember. long ago, and it's been slipping away from us very, very, very incrementally in a slow fashion, which is that's how they work. That's how communism and fascists work. They pull it out very slowly, our rights and so forth. They're trying, but legally they can't do anything because cannot be infringed means just that, cannot be infringed, all of that. And we have a constitution. It may have been corporatized, but it's still there, and we haven't been told anything different because we have to have agreed to anything new that this so-called government has put into place, or it's not a legal binding contract. Nothing is. And we know that we have the Constitution, and that's what we go by. That's what we are assuming is the way our country should be run. Anyway, enough of that. Please remember to write in my brother on the ballot coming up in November. And he's a great person and very on the level, very rational, logical, and smart guy. Take care, have a great week. From Connie Sponheim, from my brother David Sponheim of America's Third Party.
We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
This is Venezuela for the rich people.
So let's be clear.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
Sponheim for president.
We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
First we hit 'em low, then we hit 'em high. Under rainbow, we bring it to the finish line. Rhymes designed to combine and intertwine. Spring to the summer, fall, even winter time. We spinning harder, then head on collisions. We make incisions with precision and quick decisions. Causing double visions if you ain't up to speed. You need to speed it up, partner. Piano read.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, we can't stop.
Hey, we'll be right there. Hang on.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop.
Here you go.
Can't stop, can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's Third Party.
Can't stop, can't stop. Can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop. Can't stop, can't stop.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, this is a revolution. Thank you. And this is something the U.S. Army is creating, and I want to mass produce these so we can get them on your rooftop for free. Now that's something that it really does deliver a punch to the idea of free enterprise and getting our government to at least stimulate the ailing solar panel sector. I mean, it's been ridiculous. We've allowed venture capitalists to dominate that sector for the past 50 years. In fact, 45 years. Yeah, so we need to actually get a lead on this whole effort by getting the government involved in creating solar panels under $1 a watt and make these things available for you to install. And you could make $2,000 on any house, you and a team of 4 or 5 other people, and we'll give you the training to do it. Not bad, huh, for a couple days' work? Beats doing a dance gig down at the local strip joint. All right. Bear in mind, I am going to be censored on this network on a continual basis. And there's not a lot I can do to prevent that. We are being seen all around the world, and the censor he's able to stack people in the primary number 1 position on Vaughn, even though we're getting more hits to get into the people getting into this chat room are having nothing but VIP capacity server issues. So the training will be covered under what is called the Renewable Energy Savings Bond Grant. And the Renewable Energy Savings Bond Grant will be funding that comes directly from the government bond issues. So we're going to offer like war bonds of the 1930s and 40s. We're going to make those available as renewable energy savings bond grants. And these things will be funding things like that, which will also get a return on investment. The blimp plane. So the blimp plane has a potential for solutions like going from LA to New York for as low as $100 per person. Real talk with Dave about his blimp plane idea. Yeah. And the idea could be something that would prevent any type of a disaster from happening, because every blimp would be retrofitted with parachutes. So we'd be able to make sure people get safely to the ground if there was ever a problem with a dirigible. The windmill on top of the telephone pole is another good idea. Yeah, all that comes up on usually Technology Thursday, but I'll be glad to show you right now what some of these new ideas that we have in our book, Hybrid Capitalism. These ideas are original, and we believe that they could revolutionize our nation in terms of jobs. Now, all these ideas that we have are not real costly. Even the blimp dirigible apparatus won't cost more than $1 million, but it'll save the equity of a blimp, or excuse me, of a 747 that would normally be junked, that would cost $360 million. We're going to give it a whole lifespan, another 50 years of air flight. So the potential to actually extend the infrastructure we have right now is built into this concept that we have hybrid capitalism. So all these ideas are replete with solutions for jobs and getting our country back on track in terms of export. I'm looking at the core problems in our society. Terry Dactyl says, David, I'm worried about you being censored. Well, every time they censor me, I grow larger and bigger crowds around the world, because all people have to do is take our signal from the bottom of our page or the signal from Vaughn directly and run it on another network. And they, like I said, you could run a 24-hour show with us, which spreads the word even faster. And you don't have to spend a dime. All of you could turn this whole effort into a viral effort if you did that and created your own site. You're welcome to do it. The site has nonstop discussion going on with chat. You could just say, hey, this is not live, and still get chat in there. People will come in just to rag on me. Really, there's so many people right now that'll fill other chat rooms. You guys could start your own shows. Yeah. ATP strike-offs. Yeah, lots of gains. I'm not a member of the Gun Owners of America, but I respect them over the NRA. The NRA did me a wrong, and they wouldn't retract their statement. And I wrote them an email, and they never responded. So the NRA are definitely not my friends. But I can tell you, I respect the member of Gun Owners America. I wouldn't mind joining. No, the Sunday channel doesn't exist. I gave Sunday a day of rest. Many of you do take a day of rest on Sunday, so it was kind of a natural product. It came out of the result of Constantine. He originally set up Sunday as the day of rest in the history of Christianity. Welcome, brethren, to the non-religious show of America's third party. Cooking shows tomorrow night. Excuse me, not tomorrow night. Thursday night, and I'm working on a new recipe. I should Google that right now. Let me see if I can make it. Reverend Falwell. Okay, I'm going to do a modified crab cake made out of oysters. Yeah. It's going to be good. Get your sexy on, it'll be called. Using government, David, can you do all these things for you? David can do all these things using government. That's right, yes. Using government I could. That's why I'm running for president. I don't in any way have a red hair dye. I have hair. Beautiful hair. Long, shiny hair. Permawave. See the permawave? That's the moose. Yes, Sarah's my running mate. I never have broadcast on Sundays. For the longest time, Sarah and I took 2 days off of rest. And then Barack Obama and John McCain started pushing for war in Syria. And it was just, we had to get out there. So 2 years and 2 months ago, we started our anti-war rally. And our Saturday shows have been going from 6 to 9. Every day show is 6 to 9. It's recorded. Our pre-show starts at 5, except on Saturdays when it starts a little later, because we don't want to rush our day, because we're trying to enjoy our Saturday too. We want everyone to know that our third party is basically the only third party to get behind, because we have all the names. We literally control the internet with third parties. Yeah, so we've already done the homework and secured all the names. We have America's third party, American third party. We are mentioned at thirdparty.com too. Oh. No, we're not. He pulled it off. Sorry, we're not mentioned there. We tried to buy that name, but they wouldn't let us. The guy didn't want to take our offer. A young bald person's been addicted to internet porn for 10 years. So you're saying that people are going bald, masturbating to internet porn? Well, thank you for letting me be professional, yeah. What is my exercise routine? Well, starting in the morning, you want me to do my daily ritual for you? I do 12 get out of beds, and then I do 3 jump-in spas during the day. And I work out for about 45 minutes a day, cumulatively. When I get out of bed, it's just, getting my body to get out of bed. Just to get up out of the bed. That's one exercise. I do 12 of those a day. I don't use a block and tackle or anything. No assistance from home health care workers. A lot of people say, David, are you in a wheelchair? How do you get up and dance? How do you present that image? Well, you saw me earlier dancing around like this. That's one of my new dance techniques. So if I ever become incapacitated and can't get up due to hemorrhoids or something, I'll just dance around with a camera. All right, any other questions? Feel free to ask. We're in the extended show. We're glad to give you personal touch, personal contact. Hey, we made it past June 6th. Everyone says June 6, 2016 was going to be the day of the apocalypse. Yeah, I mean, everyone is always talking of doom and gloom out there on the internet, and that's because they're getting a lot of money, AdSense dollars. The government wants people to be concerned and constantly freaked out. So, orgasm face? Well, I'll tell you what, I'll take a picture next time I have an orgasm, and I'll just take a picture of it, and we'll send it in. God. Do you have no common decency, man? You talk about masturbation as though it's some simple thing. But when you're as large as I am, you have to use a block and tackle, sir. Okay, Ways and Means Chairman Brady, our plan to reduce poverty and expand opportunity. Let's see what we got. My God, how the hell does he shave that head? That's amazing. He must have a special blade. You think you're turning Japanese? You really think so? The Outrage Machine is regular opinion column by voices from the left and right on Washington. Imagine if every resident in 24 states in America lived in poverty. Had for years with no change in sight. Would that be enough to force a hard look at how Washington tackles poverty in one of the most prosperous nations on earth? History would suggest otherwise. The grim reality is there are 46 million Americans living in poverty, equal to the combined population of 24 states, and that number isn't budging. Nor will it unless policymakers acknowledge we need a fresh approach that promotes innovation, responsibility, and holds ourselves accountable to real results. Yeah, that's why we want to get rid of the two parties, because they've never ever accepted their evil ways. I mean, they haven't done anything to solve poverty. Nothing. Obama and the Democrats haven't produced any solutions whatsoever to the crisis in our homeless communities. We've got homeless tent cities all over the country that have no services. And a lot of you don't care. A lot of you simply just are desensitized to the cost of other people's suffering. You become isolated and non-empathetic. And you feel like you can't do anything, so why worry about it? You're racked with constipation of the brain. You are frustrated because you yourselves believe that, well, technically 65% of this room is $500 away from going on the street. So you think by not thinking about the poor people, somehow you'll avoid getting poor yourself. We need a different approach. We need to get back to the basics. We need to actually solve the problem of low-cost housing. Ergo, the Homestead Renewal Plan. We need to provide average jobs making $25 an hour with some training. And not something special, but $25 an hour gives you a chance to get ahead in this world. Huh? Refried Bacon's moving to Vegas and is going to live on the street. We just got hit by a shock. Okay. Well, your life, hey, thank you, man. Your life would probably be pretty boring in Vegas. Let's see, you'd wake up in a small tunnel that's being repaired after sleeping under like bags. And you'd wake up, your first thing, order of business at 7:30, 8 o'clock was to be panhandled for about 4 hours. And then you'd go from casino to casino trying to look like you have normal clothes on so they don't kick you out. Picking up spent drinks, Bloody Marys, that you're drinking off of other people's drinks that they left before the cocktail waitress picks you up. You're going from machine to pocket any kind of a dollar you can. Yeah, your life is going to be pretty bleak. But you'll have really good deals on your buffets. And by the end of the day, you'll have the most luxurious meal ever for only $19.99. Well, he said he's moving to Vegas. He's going to live there. Thank you so much for coming in, everybody. Looks like you live there. You threw it all out, Dave. You know, I've seen people who live in this. Sarah and I went to Vegas one time. And we saw the most unbelievable disparity in income separation. And I'm going to play you a video in a few minutes about the separation of income in America. But we literally saw a couple panhandling right there in a tunnel right before we got to the Wynn Hotel. And we walked by these people, and they were just really down in there. You could tell they'd reached the bottom of the rung of their luck. Almost everybody in Vegas does eventually, you know, unless you're Steve Wynn. But you eventually walk into this unbelievable trust fund baby paradise where you get these like kind of morbidly obese guys walking around with their permed hair that they received all this money from their mom and dad that they just live there at the Wynn and they go out and have prostitutes in the evening, male or female, whatever they want. Not that happens at the Wynn, because I don't know if it does. But the reality is it's a disparity that's so great in our country that we have to look at this as an incredible tragedy of astronomical proportions. It's gotten way worse than anyone could even imagine. And it's an income separation called Wealth Inequality in America. I'm going to play that video for you right after this show.
There's a chart I saw recently that I can't get out of my head. A Harvard business professor and economist asked more than 5,000...
And we'll play that for you. You know, that's a death threat. I'm going to take that as a death threat. Have you considered living on a sailboat? Yes, I have. I like tiny houses. I like the idea of a tiny house too. Yeah, I even like the idea of you guys getting an RV and hitting the open road. I'm going to take you on a tour of a beautiful place on the internet called Zillow.com. Oh, we're being poisoned. Yes, thank you. Scissor Fight has a story about his situation in California. They're getting dumped on with chemtrails.
That is how I see the world.
And this is how I see the world. He's going to talk about the chemtrails tonight. Thank you, Scissor Fight. You know, I can't. Trulia is run by Zillow, and we're not going to remove the house pics now, because I can't. I made the mistake of posting our house a long time ago, and you can't remove it from Trulia. I've been unable to get through to Zillow either. But let's go to Zillow for a second, shall we? Shall we? Hey, thank Kiki, but we don't want too much of that. You know, it's just too much right now. One time in a few times is good. But thank you so much. So this book coming out by Gary Byrne, who was a former Secret Service agent for Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, could be a real eye-opener. It could be a game changer for Hillary. Yeah. The castle is in the Rhineland. Yes. I've never been to the castle, actually. I'd love to go someday. I've been too busy here in the bunker. But they stuck me. It's so difficult living in the underground city, I must tell you, surface dwellers. You earn more than 70,000 K in Vegas every time I perform. Wow. About 15 million a year. Vegas has all kinds of opportunities. Just have to find your niche. Thank you, Britney Spears. And you know, by the way, I know that you're an admirer of our show. Ladies and gentlemen, Britney Spears is in our show right now. Yeah. And you know when you're going through that tough patch in your life, I was praying for you. I knew that shaving your head was the only way you could speak out. Okay, yeah, so you guys try not to hit on Britney Spears too much in the show, please, because she does have her personal life. Give her some privacy. HD spammer, we should mute this person. Okay, I don't even see him in the show. Why would I mute him? I don't know who the HD spammer is. Are you talking about Kiki Winks? Okay, Kiki, no more of this. No more, please. Yes, thank you, Kiki. Very nice. Keep it to just 3 lines, man. It's so much easier. I don't need a... Obama appoints a transgender woman to advise on faith issues. This should be really fun. The ATP email is americasthirdparty@gmail.com. Operators standing by. Oh, I misspelled it, sorry. I forgot the @ There you go. Sorry about that, buddy. Yes. I'm trying to help you. See? That'll work. Okay, we're going to learn about the New World Order and the transgender appointment. That'll be fun. And Hillary Clinton really believes that the AP controlled message that she has put out is working. She really believes she is the presidential nominee. Well, we all knew she was going to win the nomination. All you Bernie people, what's wrong with you? Why don't you see the benefit of having a third party? Please come in here. I'm begging you. We got to get away from the controlled 1%ers running our country. It's just not good. All right, let's change this to Zillow. I want to see what you can find in Vegas right now. We'll look for a nice little spot for you there, Refrad Bacon. So you don't have to just live on the street. Kiki, I told you to stop doing that. This is your last warning. Okay, we're going to take a look here at Vegas, Las Vegas, Nevada. And that's still a booming housing opportunity for you. Okay, well, why do I worry about a Trulia listing? It doesn't really matter. I could just list a price on it too and just say, hey, come and get it. Put the money down first. Put it in an escrow before you even come to see the house. That would be funny, wouldn't it? There's a bubble everywhere. Housing sucks. Real estate's on the skids all across the country. No, we're always ready to pack. I've got bug-out bags up my bug-out bag. I put bug-out bags in every part of my life, so I can always pack and go anytime I want. Every vehicle is loaded with 2 weeks' worth of food and supplies, and I urge you to do the same.
Okay, this is a part 2 update for...
Okay, we'll get to that too. That should be good. People trying to be good. Okay, Bill and Hillary, we're done with that one. Yeah. Getting ready for the after show here. Found out about MG Toe. I didn't know that men were going their own way. Okay, this is a story we haven't really focused on. Homeless people are being put in FEMA camps. They're being abducted and put in FEMA camps. Let's see if this has a video attached to it. All right. Homeless people in America are being rounded up and disappearing. It's human street sweeping that they're doing. The government insider, who we can now reveal was a U.S. Customs agent based in New York City, wrote a lengthy suicide note exposing plans the government has for its people. The note, which is leaked by a member of the New York City Police Department, also explains why he decided to kill himself. Are you hearing me on this? He said, the America I grew up in and shared has been murdered by its own federal government. Our Constitution has been meaningless and our laws politicized so badly that there's no longer enforced except for political purposes. Our elected officials are, to a person, utterly corrupt and completely devoid of any love or respect for the country which pays them. Yeah, to them, everything is about getting and keeping power and making illicit money from backroom deals, yeah. I'm ready to go every time. I got a bug-out bag everywhere I go. I'm sitting on a portable bug-out bag. I keep a couple extra centimeters of fatty tissue around my midsection just to get through a couple days of hardship. Yeah. Hey, if you'd like me to teach you some survival techniques, I will. Yeah, it's homeless street sweeping. This article goes on. I don't know how much truth there is in it, but there doesn't seem to be a video. So I'll just give you the link. Check it out. And the death of Kimbo Slice at 42. Oh, I posted it twice, sorry. And Muhammad Ali at 74. And LeBron James and UFC 199 tribute. Okay, what is this, Gematria? Got a little Gematria for y'all folks.
Hey, Truth Seekers, welcome back.
Zachary Hubbard, the expert on Gematria. A alphanumerical connection dating back centuries. Hello, world. Hello, world. Okay, here we go. Zooming in. I'm going to set my max price at 50,000. Actually, I can put one in. Let me see if anything pops up. This will make it real simple. $10,000. You could win this on roulette off your paycheck. People actually do that. They put their entire life on a roulette wheel. There's one of the casinos in town there that you can throw your entire paycheck on the wheel and just let it spin. Can you imagine working real hard or hardly working and then putting your entire paycheck on a roulette wheel and watching it just disappear? Sucked up, like lost wages. Brittany, there's a Chinese gang in California that kidnaps homeless people, takes them to a facility in Mexico, and then sells their organs to a Russian gang. Whoa, are you serious, Brittany? Do you have any information on that other than hearsay? You grew up in Vegas, huh? You know, North Vegas is a tough town. These are houses that are topping out 10 to 50. I didn't set it up right. Yeah, I got to go 0 and then reset this. Hang on. These are pre-foreclosures. I'm looking for land so that Refried Bacon could park his RV. Never know what you're going to find in the outskirts. I'm staying away from North Vegas because it's got a bad reputation. There's a lot of auction houses. There's, you know, people you can bid on, but it's rare to see an actual property. Hey, thanks for hanging out in the after show. You see how I'm like a life caster. I can't be stopped. I just get better and better as I go on. Can't stop this. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any available property out here. Yeah, you're just you could kind of like probably pick up a foreclosure for that price. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, it used to be you could buy a house for that condo for $10,000. Just a few years ago. That's weird. I'm trying to get this one for 7.5. It just won't come up. It's 400 square foot studio apartment. Huh. Okie dokie. Yeah, it just doesn't seem to want to work. Oh well, yeah, it is cheap, yeah. I just wish I could show you the property. It'd be wonderful if I could bring this up. Well, let's take another look here. Kerrville, Texas. That in Kerrville, Texas is pretty good. You're on your way to San Antonio. You could have yourself a real nice thing to live out there. Nothing in Kerrville, Texas either. Really? Well, that property is kind of pricey out there. Okay, let's try Springfield, Missouri. To live in misery. Wow, these 25 celebs are aging horribly. Oh, okay, I'll take a look at it. Thank you. Interesting paragraph about governments and taxation in regards to the poor. Whoa, now you're talking. Springfield's got a couple 2-bedrooms for 10 grand. Okay, here you go. Well, for some reason these are just not popping up, and I'm not sure why. And how close do I have to be? Well, there's a few riots, but I mean, yes, you don't have to be. But case in point, you can find a lot. Here's $10,000. It's 2 photos for 10 grand in Springfield, Missouri. Hola, from Mexico. Hola. Buenos días. ¿Qué pasó? Haha, yeah, man. Let's go, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure why this isn't popping up, but hey, whatever. You get the idea. All right, thank you, everyone, for checking out our show. We are an interactive event going on every night. Yes. Let's take a look at the paragraph from PBS. interesting paragraph. Here we go. What a profound little paragraph. Stated way back in 1931, and it says it all. You cannot legislate the poor into freedom by legislating the wealthy out of freedom. I like that. What one person receives without working for, another person must work for without receiving. The government cannot give to anybody anything that the government does not first take from somebody else. When half of the people get the idea that they do not have to work because the other half is going to take care of them, and when the other half gets the idea that it does no good to work because somebody else is going to get what they work for, that, my dear friend, is about the end of any nation. You cannot multiply wealth by dividing it. Dr. Adrian Rogers. Well, apparently he didn't really deal with... Thank you. Shut up. I'll tell you when I'm going to play videos. Thank you. And now a word from our sponsors. God. Now, do you understand me? Are you a Peter Puffer? Okay, so these 25 celebrities are just, they're not doing too well. Here we go. Tara Reid. Then. Next. I like doing this. Kind of fun. Tara Reid now. Whoa. Next. Hey, thanks everybody for coming in. The income disparity is going to come up right next, and we're going to add to our story tonight about a little 911 talk, and then we're going to go into our moon landing hoax theories all the way to 1 o'clock in the morning. Isn't this fun? Madonna then. And now. Wow. Hey, appreciate you coming in too, 212. Mucho apreciado. Yeah, that's really working for her. Her stylist is really, coming along great. I think I'm older than she is. Brigitte Bardot. Then. Well, Brigitte Bardot is a little older now, yeah. Now. Brigitte Bardot. Oh, nice. Oh, come on, that's Sally Kellerman. That's not Brigitte Bardot. I thought Sally Fields died. I don't know. That's hard to believe. What about Doris Day? Nobody has a picture of her. Pamela Anderson then? Whoa. Girl Next Door. Pamela Sue Anderson now. Yeah, this is fun. Later we'll talk about all the people that have died. That's even more fun. Yeah, we'll talk about all their wills and their, that would be a great show, wouldn't it? Famous dead people. Spinal Tap, Hell Hole. Whoa. Refried bacon. Donatella Versace. Then. Yes. Donatella, she's, wow, yeah. Then. Donatella Versace, now. She's on the list, Brittany is. It's a shocker. Thanks for the link. Oh, what an amazing lip job. She does kind of look like one of those unique individuals. Well, Leonardo DiCaprio, then. This should be interesting. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there you go. And now we know now. Whoa. Dude. He's pulling the Jeff Bridges routine. Yeah. Hey, we can stop, and we did stop, Larry. We played that earlier. You can watch it and record. All right, everybody. This is it. If you want to check out the stars for fun, here's the link. Thank you for coming into the show, and we will be back. Oh, I wanted to show you me then and now. Okay, this is me back then. And here I am now. These are my surfer days in 2015. And now I got the new look. Yeah, okay. Take care, good night, sleep well. Try to get the bed bugs before they bite you without using Pronto. Bed bug remover. Don't let the bed bugs bite, everybody. Hey Dave, can I ask you, how can you be a president if you never fly? I will fly, Larry, but I need to get a Faraday box over the navigation center and the command control center of the chip. We don't want to fly with any kind of access from outside of the plane. It won't be that hard to do. Yeah, I'll make a shoebox and put it over the hatch once I fly professionally. Well, I won't fly if they don't correct this problem, Larry. I told you the QSR-11 chip is programmable from outside of the plane. I told you when we correct the problem, I'll fly. I'm not going to go get in a plane with somebody able to hack into it and Wi-Fi up to it. What are you, out of your mind? What are you, kidding? I'll tell you, I get no respect. Just the other day, my wife, she stuck my head in a cryogenics lab. Take care. Good night. Sleep well.
1,000 Americans, how they thought wealth was distributed in the United States. This is what they said they thought it was. Dividing the country into 5 rough groups of the top, bottom, and middle 3 20% groups, they asked people how